You've been lied to about how to live. They told you life is about carrying more goals, more pressure, more weight on your shoulders. They told you joy will come once you've solved every problem, reached every milestone, proved yourself to everyone. But if that were true, why do so many people still feel heavy even after making it? Why do you still feel restless, anxious, and tired of holding everything so tightly? The truth is, life was never meant to feel this heavy. The secret is learning to let go, to hold lightly what comes and what goes, to meet each moment not with tension, but with a smile. And that's what Buddhism teaches, not through escape, not through pretending, but through wisdom that says everything changes, nothing is permanent. And in that change, in that flow, you can discover freedom. Living lightly doesn't mean running away from life. It means walking through it without chains. It means breathing without fear. It means smiling even when things are uncertain because you are no longer resisting. Smiling at life isn't about being naive. It's about seeing clearly. It's about softening the heart. It's about choosing lightness over heaviness again and again. Tonight, as you hear these lessons, something inside you will begin to loosen. The grip of worry will soften. The weight you've been carrying will slowly lift, and you'll feel the quiet joy of living lightly and smiling at life. When tomorrow comes, the world will look different. Your steps will feel lighter. Your breath will feel easier. And even in the middle of chaos, you'll know how to smile. This isn't just philosophy. This is a way of living. This is an invitation to stop carrying so much and start living with ease. To stop waiting for joy and start smiling at life right now. Are you ready? Let's begin. And so the journey begins. You've opened the door to a lighter way of living, and now we step into the first teaching. This is not something to admire from a distance, not a theory to memorize, but an art you can feel in your body, in your relationships, in the way you pick up your morning coffee or look at someone you love. It is the art of holding nothing too tightly. From the moment we are young, the world teaches us to grip life with clenched fists. Hold on to your possessions, hold on to your identity, hold on to your people, hold on to your dreams, hold on to your reputation. We think that the tighter we hold, the safer we are. But the truth is the opposite. The tighter you grip, the heavier you become. The more you cling, the more you suffer. And even then, no matter how desperately you hold on, the object, the person, the role, or the moment eventually slips away. It leaves behind the ache of tired fingers and the weight of disappointment. This is where Buddhism begins with its teaching of impermanence. Everything shifts, nothing is fixed. Seasons move, bodies age, people change, emotions rise and dissolve. Even the very breath you are taking right now is born and dies in seconds. Pain comes but does not last. Joy arises but cannot be kept in a box. Anger fades, laughter quiets, sorrow loosens its grip. Nothing stays forever. And far from being a tragedy, this is the key to living with freedom. Because if nothing lasts, then nothing can imprison you. Not your sadness, not your mistakes, not your fears. Everything flows, and the moment you learn to flow with it instead of against it, you begin to live lightly. Think of the way you hold a bird in your hand. If you squeeze tightly, you harm it. If you open your hand completely, it flies away. But if you hold gently, it may rest there calmly, alive and free. Life is like this. Relationships are like this. Love is like this. The tighter you clutch, the more fragile it becomes. But when you hold lightly, you give space for beauty to stay longer. You are free, and so is what you love. Everyday objects can teach this lesson if you look closely. You might have a favorite mug that warms your morning, a photo that carries a memory, a book you return to again and again. They give comfort, but they are not permanent. One day the mug may crack, the photo may fade, the book may tear. Does that mean you shouldn't love them? No. It means you love them fully while they are here, without pretending they will last forever. You sip from the cup with gratitude, knowing its time is limited. You look at the photo and smile for the story it carries, even though the paper will one day yellow. This is how you learn to enjoy life's sweetness without chains. The same truth touches our relationships. Most people are taught to cling to others out of fear. Fear they will leave, fear that without them we will collapse. But clinging strangles love. When you try to possess someone, you reduce them. True love is not ownership, it is presence. When you hold someone lightly, you give them freedom to grow, to breathe, to change. And in that freedom, love deepens instead of breaking. Thich Nhat Hanh once said that to love without attachment is like tending a flower. You water it, you care for it, you admire its beauty, but you do not pluck it to keep it forever. To pluck is to end its life. Love thrives when it is allowed to remain rooted in its own soil. But it's not only people and objects we cling to. We also cling to our identities. We grip the labels we wear: parent, professional, successful, strong, survivor. We tell ourselves that without these roles, we are nothing. But when you clutch at an identity, you become brittle. When life inevitably changes and the role falls away, you feel broken. But when you hold lightly, you realize you are not a single, fixed identity. You are fluid, like water, capable of moving into new shapes. You can change without losing yourself. This is what allows you to survive transitions and to grow with them instead of being shattered by them. Children instinctively know this secret. Watch them build sandcastles. They laugh, they build, they destroy, they start again. They don't cling to the castle because they know that joy is in the making, not in trying to preserve it forever. Adults forget this. We become obsessed with keeping, preserving, protecting, as though life's beauty is in permanence. But the truth is the opposite. Life's beauty is in its passing. The moment is precious precisely because it will not last. This is why holding nothing too tightly does not mean indifference. It is not about pushing life away. It is about embracing it fully without fear of loss. It is about engaging deeply, but without chains. It is about savoring joy without clinging to it, and meeting sorrow without drowning in it. This is not detachment, it is freedom through presence. Modern psychology has started to confirm what Buddhist teachers have known for centuries. Research shows that people who practice acceptance are happier and less anxious than those who resist change. When you cling, you fight with reality, and that fight drains your energy. When you accept impermanence, you stop demanding life to behave according to your plan. This doesn't mean giving up. It means aligning with truth. It means saying yes to life as it is instead of endlessly insisting it should be otherwise. Think of water flowing through your hands. You cannot hold it by squeezing. The harder you grip, the faster it escapes. But if you cup your hands gently, you can hold water for a while, feeling its coolness before it flows away. This is life. Every person, every experience, every joy and sorrow flows through, and the only way to truly experience it is to hold it lightly. When you practice this, subtle changes begin. You smile more easily because you are no longer bargaining with life. You forgive faster because grudges are too heavy to carry. You laugh at yourself because mistakes no longer define you. You open to love because you are not suffocating it with demands. You find joy in small things because you are not measuring them against forever. Even grief is transformed by this way of being. Loss is inevitable. People leave, change, or die. Pain is real, but clinging to what cannot return multiplies the suffering. When you accept impermanence, grief softens. It becomes gratitude for what was, rather than endless anger at what cannot be. The ache does not vanish, but it becomes gentle enough to live with. The heart begins to heal instead of harden. Monks often sweep leaves again and again, knowing that more will always fall. The point is not to finish the task, but to join the rhythm of nature. Leaves fall, we sweep, and tomorrow it repeats. This simple act teaches us that life is never completed once and for all. It is a rhythm, not a fixed solution. When you stop clinging to finality, every act becomes lighter, every moment enough. We also cling to the future, gripping expectations of how it should unfold. When life turns differently, we feel betrayed. But the future never belonged to us in the first place. To hold it lightly is to prepare, to dream, but not to demand, to greet tomorrow as a guest, not a prisoner. The same is true for the past. We clutch regrets, mistakes, old stories, replaying them endlessly. But the past is already gone. To cling to it is to bleed today of its energy. When you release it, you step into the only place life truly exists, the present. Success also becomes lighter when you stop clutching it. So many people live on achievements as proof of their worth. But success fades. Awards gather dust. Recognition is forgotten. Money comes and goes. If your happiness is chained to success, then when it fades, your joy fades with it. But if you see success as a passing moment, you enjoy it fully without depending on it. This resilience makes you unbreakable because your joy no longer depends on external conditions. Even the body itself is a teacher. Every cell changes, every heartbeat rises and falls, every breath is born and dies. To cling to youth, to resist wrinkles, to fear aging is to fight with the body's truth. But to walk lightly with the body, to honor its changes, is to be grateful for the miracle of living at all. The same applies to work. When you hold too tightly to outcomes, failure feels like death. But when you hold lightly, you give your best and release the rest. You work to express, to contribute, not to control everything. This makes failure less frightening and success more joyful, because neither controls you. This way of living also softens pride. When you stop clinging to always being right, you open to learning. When you stop clinging to control, you find peace in cooperation. When you stop clinging to pride, you can laugh at yourself. Lightness makes you humble, and humility makes you strong. Even the breath shows the truth of impermanence. Try to hold it too tightly, try to refuse its release. In seconds you suffer, but when you let it flow in and out freely, you live. Breath whispers constantly. Freedom is in letting go. To hold nothing too tightly is not to abandon life, but to finally live it. Your hands become open. Your heart becomes open. You stop dragging chains behind you. You meet life as it comes, you release it as it goes, and in that rhythm you find peace. Every time you forgive, every time you let a plan change without collapsing, every time you thank life for what was without demanding it to stay, you are practicing, and little by little, the practice becomes your nature. This is the secret you have been looking for, often hidden in plain sight. Life is not meant to be gripped, it is meant to be lived. When you loosen your hold, you don't lose life, you finally receive it fully. Letting go of the grip on the outer world is only half the journey. Even if you loosen your hold on people, objects, and events, there remains a voice that still clings, still criticizes, still pushes you down. It is the voice inside your own mind. This voice can be far harsher than anything the world throws at you. It whispers that you are not enough, that you should have done better, that you must constantly prove your worth. No matter how much you accomplish, no matter how much you let go outside, if this inner dialogue stays sharp and cruel, peace cannot fully enter. That is why the next step is learning to soften the inner voice. Most people are unaware of how much damage is done by the way they speak to themselves. You would never speak to a friend the way you often speak to yourself. You would never repeat the same harsh lines to someone you love. Yet inside, the words flow endlessly, cutting deeper than any outside criticism. This voice becomes so familiar that it feels normal. You do not even notice how much it weighs you down until you begin to soften it. Self-criticism is not strength, though many believe it is. It is not discipline, though it often hides behind that mask. True discipline encourages, supports, and guides. Harsh self-talk only breaks your spirit and breeds exhaustion. Buddhist mindfulness begins with noticing. The first step is to bring awareness to the tone of your inner dialogue. Without awareness, the mind runs wild, repeating judgments like a broken record. Mindfulness asks you to pause and hear clearly. What is the mind saying? How often does it judge, condemn, or compare? This awareness is not for more criticism. It is not to scold yourself for being self-critical. That only creates another layer of attack. Awareness is gentle observation, like watching clouds move across the sky. You do not force the clouds to disappear. You simply see them and allow them to pass. When you start noticing the inner critic, you begin to see patterns. The same phrases arise again and again, often rooted in old experiences. You may hear echoes of parents, teachers, or culture repeating through your own voice. Buddhism teaches that thoughts are not personal. They are conditions that arise due to causes. They are not who you are, but events happening in the mind. When you see this clearly, you stop identifying with every cruel thought. You stop believing that the critic is your true self. Instead, you see it as one voice among many, not the ultimate truth. Softening the inner dialogue means replacing the whip with kindness. Instead of punishing yourself for mistakes, you learn to hold them with compassion. The Buddha often spoke of compassion not only for others, but also for oneself. If you cannot show kindness inwardly, your outer kindness will always be limited. Self-compassion does not mean excuses. It means acknowledging your humanity. It means saying, yes, mistakes happen, and growth is still possible. Yes, I stumble, but that does not mean I am worthless. This softness is not weakness. It builds resilience, because a gentle inner voice gives you the strength to try again without fear of being destroyed by your own judgment. There is a practice in Buddhism known as metta, or loving kindness meditation. Traditionally, it begins by sending goodwill to yourself. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. For many, this feels strange at first. The critic interrupts. Why should you deserve kindness? But with steady practice, the heart softens. What once felt unnatural begins to feel like nourishment. Studies have shown that loving kindness meditation increases positive emotions, lowers anxiety, and even improves physical health. The science now confirms what Buddhist practice has long known. The mind flourishes when treated with gentleness. Softening your inner dialogue also means learning to pause before reacting to thoughts. Thoughts are not commands, they are not facts, yet we often treat them as orders we must obey. A thought says, "You are not good enough," and you shrink. A thought says, "You will fail," and you give up. Mindfulness interrupts this automatic obedience. It teaches you to step back and ask, is this thought helpful? Is it true? Does it serve my well-being? Often, the answer is no. In that pause, you reclaim power. The critic loses its grip when you no longer take it as law. Another key aspect is the practice of non-comparison. The inner critic thrives on measuring you against others. It tells you that you are behind, less successful, less beautiful, less intelligent. But Buddhism reminds us that suffering grows from craving and comparison. When you compare, you set up a game you can never win, because there will always be someone ahead in some area. Mindfulness asks you to return to your own path, your own breath, your own present moment. You are not here to compete in every category of existence. You are here to live your unique unfolding. The more you return to your own center, the less power comparison has. Softening the inner dialogue also involves reframing how you relate to failure. In cultures obsessed with perfection, failure is seen as a threat to identity. The inner voice shouts that mistakes prove inadequacy. Buddhism offers a different view. Everything is a teacher. Failure is not an enemy, but a messenger. It shows where growth is possible, where compassion is needed, where wisdom can deepen. When you soften the voice around failure, you begin to see it as part of the human condition, not a personal defect. This transforms the energy of failure into resilience. It is important to note that gentleness is not indulgence. Being soft with your inner voice does not mean allowing laziness or ignoring responsibility. It means guiding yourself with the tone of a wise friend rather than a punishing tyrant. If a child is learning to walk, do you scream at them for falling, or do you encourage them to get up again? The inner dialogue must be trained the same way. When it is harsh, progress halts. When it is kind, growth continues. The body often carries the weight of self-criticism. Muscles tighten, breath shortens, the stomach knots when the inner voice is cruel. Softening the dialogue is not only mental, it is physical. As you become mindful of your inner tone, notice how the body responds. Relax the shoulders, loosen the jaw, let the breath deepen. Physical gentleness reinforces mental gentleness. In this way, the body becomes an ally in transforming the inner voice. There is also a practice of speaking aloud to yourself with compassion. When the critic arises, instead of silently agreeing, you can gently respond. You might say, "I hear you, but I choose kindness." Or, "It's okay to make mistakes. I am still learning." At first, this feels unusual, but over time, it rewires the pathways of thought. Neuroscience shows that self-talk influences emotions and behavior profoundly. By deliberately cultivating compassionate speech, you reshape the mind toward lightness. The art of softening also includes patience. The critic has been trained for years, even decades. It will not dissolve overnight. The path is not to attack the critic with more criticism, but to steadily bring mindfulness and kindness again and again. Each time you respond with softness, you weaken the old habit and strengthen a new one. Over time, the voice changes. It becomes quieter, gentler, even supportive. The very energy that once tore you down becomes an ally. This practice brings direct benefits to daily life. In work, you become less paralyzed by fear of mistakes. In relationships, you are less defensive because you are no longer carrying harshness inside. In creativity, you allow yourself to explore without the constant demand for perfection. In health, stress lowers because you are not fueling the body with constant inner attack. The inner environment shapes the outer experience. By softening inside, the whole world feels softer outside. Buddhist teachers often emphasize that compassion is not selective. If you cultivate compassion for others while leaving yourself out, the practice is incomplete. The same goes for gentleness. If you treat others kindly but keep a cruel voice inward, you are living only half of the teaching. To live fully, the kindness must flow in both directions. You cannot pour water from an empty cup, and you cannot give authentic compassion to others while starving yourself of it. Another way to soften the dialogue is through gratitude. The critic focuses on what is lacking, what is wrong, what is missing. Gratitude shifts attention to what is present and good. By deliberately noting even small things, a warm meal, a safe home, a kind word, you begin to weaken the critic's hold. Gratitude does not erase challenges, but it balances them. It creates a habit of appreciation which naturally softens judgment. There is also value in humor. Sometimes the critic is so dramatic that laughter is the best medicine. When the mind declares, "You are a complete failure," you can smile and think, "There it goes again," writing its drama script. Humor diffuses intensity and reminds you not to take every thought as ultimate truth. The Buddha himself often used lightness to teach, showing that wisdom is not heavy but liberating. Over time, you may notice that the critic is simply trying to protect you. It believes that by warning you, by pushing you, it will keep you safe. When you see this, you can thank it for its intention while no longer obeying its cruelty. You redirect its energy toward encouragement rather than punishment. Instead of, "You will fail," the voice becomes, "Do your best, and it will be enough." This transformation is possible through steady mindfulness and compassion. Ultimately, softening the inner dialogue is about creating a home inside yourself, a place where you can rest without fear of attack, a place where you can breathe without judgment. When the mind becomes gentle, life itself becomes lighter. Challenges remain, but you face them with resilience instead of self-sabotage. Failures occur, but they do not break you. Joy arises more often because you are not blocking it with harshness. This inner home is built through practice. Each time you notice the critic and respond with kindness, a brick of compassion is laid. Each time you pause before obeying a cruel thought, a wall of resilience rises. Each time you speak gently to yourself, the roof of safety strengthens. Over time, the house is built, and you find yourself living inside a mind that supports you instead of attacking you. And when this happens, the world outside also changes. Not because the world has shifted, but because your lens has softened. You meet others with more patience because you are no longer raw inside. You forgive more easily because you know the power of forgiveness within. You connect more deeply because you are not guarding yourself against imagined attacks. The practice of softening your inner dialogue does not end within you. It radiates outward, shaping your entire life. This is the freedom Buddhist mindfulness offers. It is not the absence of thoughts, but the transformation of your relationship with them. It is not silencing the critic, but teaching it to speak with gentleness. It is not escaping the mind, but befriending it. Through mindfulness, compassion, gratitude, humor, and patience, you reshape the inner voice. And when the voice softens, your entire existence softens with it. The art of holding nothing too tightly opened your hands to the world. The art of softening the inner dialogue opens your heart to yourself. Together, they create the foundation for living lightly and smiling at life. When the voice inside begins to soften and no longer cuts you down, another truth slowly rises into view. Even with a gentler mind, many still carry a constant restlessness. A subtle hunger whispers that what you have is never quite enough, that something more is always missing, that life will only feel complete once the next milestone is reached. It is this endless wanting that keeps the heart heavy and unsettled. To live lightly and smile at life, you must discover the art of sufficiency, the weightlessness of enough. The world has trained us to chase more at every turn. More possessions, more money, more recognition, more experiences, more achievements. From childhood, we are told that progress means accumulation, that happiness waits at the top of a ladder that has no end. Yet the higher you climb, the more steps appear. You gain what you thought would satisfy you, and the hunger only grows. This is not freedom. This is a cage disguised as success. Buddhism teaches that craving is one of the root causes of suffering. The mind that always reaches for more cannot rest. It is like a fire that consumes endlessly but is never full. Sufficiency, on the other hand, is not poverty. It is not deprivation. It is the recognition that contentment is found not in having everything, but in appreciating and using wisely what you already hold. This is the weightlessness of enough, the release of the burden of constant striving, the ability to rest in the present moment without demanding more from it. The problem with endless wanting is that it blinds you to what already exists. You eat a meal, but think of the next one. You achieve a goal, but immediately plan another. You buy something new, and the satisfaction fades almost instantly, leaving you scanning for the next purchase. The treadmill keeps running, and no matter how fast you move, you stay in the same place. The wisdom of enough allows you to step off this treadmill. It tells you that the ground beneath your feet is already solid, that the breath in your body is already a gift, that life as it is holds beauty without needing to be endlessly upgraded. Practicing sufficiency begins with noticing your cravings. Mindfulness reveals how often the mind says, "If only I had this, then I would be happy." Each time you hear this, pause. Ask whether happiness has ever truly lasted from acquiring something external. Reflect on times when you finally got what you wanted. Did the contentment remain, or did the hunger return? This reflection is not to create guilt, but clarity. It helps you see that craving does not deliver what it promises. Once you see this pattern clearly, the desire begins to loosen its hold. Gratitude is the natural companion of sufficiency. When you look closely, you realize how much you already have. You are breathing, which means life flows through you. You have food, shelter, and the gift of awareness itself. These simple things, often ignored, are extraordinary when seen with fresh eyes. The Buddha once taught his disciples to reflect on the gift of each day, not as an entitlement, but as a rare and precious chance. When you recognize the abundance already present, the constant itch for more begins to dissolve. Gratitude shifts attention from what is lacking to what is here. This does not mean abandoning ambition or refusing to improve your life. Sufficiency is not stagnation. It is balance. It is the ability to pursue growth without being enslaved by it. You can set goals, work hard, and achieve, but when enough is enough, you do not bind your happiness to the outcome. You do not postpone joy until everything is perfect. You allow yourself to feel peace in the process rather than only in the reward. This frees you from the trap of endless postponement, where happiness is always delayed to a future that never arrives. The weightlessness of enough also transforms your relationship with material possessions. Our culture encourages accumulation, yet studies consistently show that after basic needs are met, more possessions add little to happiness. In fact, they often add stress, debt, and clutter. Buddhism encourages simplicity, not as a rejection of beauty, but as a pathway to clarity. When your home, your schedule, and your desires are not overcrowded, you create space for joy. Owning fewer things can mean appreciating them more. Eating a simple meal mindfully can bring more satisfaction than a feast consumed with distraction. Sufficiency also touches how we relate to time. The craving mind constantly says there is not enough time. that more hours are needed, that rest must wait until later. But sufficiency teaches that you already have the same 24 hours as everyone else. The issue is not shortage, but how you meet each moment. If you are always racing toward the next task, time feels scarce. If you slow down and give full attention to what is before you, time feels abundant. When you stop demanding more time and instead rest in the time given, you taste the freedom of enough. Relationships, too, are affected by this teaching. The craving mind often wants people to give more attention, more approval, more validation. This creates pressure and disappointment. But when you see what others already offer and accept it with gratitude, connection deepens. A small kindness is appreciated instead of dismissed. A simple conversation feels full instead of lacking. The practice of sufficiency turns relationships from endless negotiations into sources of warmth and support. The weightlessness of enough also dismantles the myth that self-worth is tied to constant doing. Many people believe they must achieve endlessly to prove value. They fear stillness because it feels like failure. But sufficiency says, you are already enough. Your worth is not measured only by output or recognition. This truth is radical in a world addicted to productivity. When you accept that your existence itself carries value, you begin to relax into life instead of fighting it. You begin to rest without guilt and to work without fear. A key practice in Buddhism is mindful consumption. This is not only about food, but everything you take in: news, entertainment, conversations, ideas. The craving mind wants more stimulation, more distraction, more noise. But when you consume mindfully, you realize that less can nourish more deeply. A single mindful breath can calm the mind more than hours of endless scrolling. A few moments of silence can refresh more than constant chatter. Sufficiency is about choosing quality over quantity in every part of life. Another aspect of sufficiency is the joy of sharing. When you are trapped in craving, you hold tightly to what you have, fearing it is not enough. But when you rest in sufficiency, generosity flows naturally. You realize that you have enough to give, whether it is time, attention, or resources. Sharing becomes light, because it is not done from fear of loss, but from the recognition of abundance. In Buddhism, generosity is considered a foundation of happiness because it loosens attachment and affirms connection with others. Sufficiency also allows you to meet challenges with steadiness. When you crave certainty, comfort, or control, difficulties feel unbearable. But when you accept that what you have and who you are is enough to face the present moment, resilience arises. You do not need perfect conditions to handle life. You only need the willingness to meet reality as it is. This gives you a quiet strength, a confidence not based on endless preparation, but on trust in your capacity. The practice of sufficiency transforms even ordinary moments. Drinking a glass of water with awareness becomes a profound experience when you are not rushing toward something else. Walking slowly, feeling the ground beneath your feet, becomes enough in itself. Listening fully to another person becomes a gift. The craving mind always asks for more stimulation, but sufficiency discovers depth in simplicity. This is why monks can live with very little yet radiate joy. They are not deprived. They are free from the burden of endless wanting. This teaching is not only personal but global. Endless craving drives much of the suffering in the world. Environmental destruction, exploitation, inequality. The pursuit of more without end consumes resources and damages the earth. Sufficiency, on the other hand, nurtures balance with nature. When you learn to be satisfied with enough, you no longer demand endlessly from the planet. Living lightly in this way is not only a personal liberation, but also an offering to future generations. To practice sufficiency daily, begin by pausing before you reach for more. When you feel the urge to buy, to eat, to achieve, to demand, stop and ask, is what I already have enough right now? Sometimes the answer will be yes, sometimes no, but the question itself creates space. In that space, craving loosens and wisdom can arise. Over time, the habit of sufficiency grows stronger, and the cravings lose their grip. The weightlessness of enough does not mean you stop dreaming or working toward improvement. It means you no longer place the entire weight of happiness on what comes next. It means you smile at what is already here, even as you walk forward. It means you free yourself from the exhausting chase and discover rest within movement. This teaching offers a deep kind of joy, one that does not depend on circumstances. When you know enough, your heart relaxes, the hunger quiets, the world feels lighter. You no longer measure your life against endless expectations. You simply live, breathe, and appreciate. In this state, smiling at life is natural, not forced. It flows from the freedom of sufficiency. When you finally discover the weightlessness of enough, you see that you were never truly lacking. You were only distracted by craving. Now, by stepping off the treadmill, you return to what was always present, the richness of the moment, the miracle of breath, the gift of being alive. And in this realization, life becomes not a chase, but a celebration. When the heart rests in the freedom of enough, a quiet doorway opens to an even deeper lesson. Once you stop chasing endlessly, you start to see what has been overlooked all along, the power of emptiness. Many fear emptiness as a lack, a void, a sign that something is missing. But in Buddhist wisdom, emptiness is not despair, it is invitation. An empty cup is not useless, it is what allows the cup to be filled. Without emptiness, there is no space for newness, no room for life to flow in. Learning to value emptiness is learning to live with freshness and openness in every moment. The mind often resists emptiness. It wants to be full, stuffed with thoughts, plans, noise, possessions, and achievements. It believes fullness equals security. Yet this kind of fullness quickly becomes clutter. The cup overflowing cannot receive anything new. In clinging to being filled at all times, you miss the chance to experience renewal. Emptiness is not the end of fullness. It is its beginning. Just as silence gives music its rhythm and pauses give words their meaning, emptiness gives life its depth. When you approach life with a full cup, there is no room for learning. You come to conversations with conclusions already fixed, to experiences with judgments already formed, to each day with expectations already written. You see not what is actually before you, but what you have already decided it should be. But when you hold an empty cup, you meet life openly. You listen to another person, not with rehearsed replies, but with true curiosity. You approach each moment as fresh, rather than dragging in yesterday's baggage. This is how emptiness becomes liberation instead of lack. Zen practice often teaches through the image of the beginner's mind. A beginner's mind is like an empty cup, open, curious, willing to be surprised. Even if you have studied deeply or lived many years, the moment you believe you know it all, your cup becomes too full. No wisdom can pour in. But when you allow yourself to stay empty, wisdom enters naturally. This emptiness is humility. It admits there is always more to learn, always another perspective, always a deeper layer to see. In emptiness, life becomes a teacher again. The body itself teaches emptiness. Every breath you take requires release. If you hold on to the old breath, no new air can enter. The lungs must empty in order to be filled. This is not a flaw, but the design of life. Breathing teaches you that emptiness is what keeps you alive. In the same way, the mind must let go of old clutter for clarity to enter. To cling to every memory, every judgment, every opinion is like refusing to exhale. Only when you let go can you truly breathe. Many people resist emptiness because they confuse it with loneliness or meaninglessness. But Buddhist teachings show emptiness as interdependence. To be empty of fixed self means you are full of connection to all things. A flower is empty of a separate self because it contains soil, water, sunlight, and countless causes. In the same way, you are empty of independence because you contain your ancestors, your culture, your environment, the air you breathe, and the food you eat. Emptiness is not nothingness, it is fullness of interbeing. When you see this, life feels rich with connection instead of bleak with isolation. Practicing emptiness in daily life means creating space. In a cluttered room, emptiness is what allows movement. In a crowded mind, emptiness is what allows peace. This does not mean rejecting all possessions or abandoning thought. It means not cramming life to the edges. Leave space in your day, in your schedule, in your conversations. Leave silence between words. Leave pauses before decisions. These spaces are not wasted. They are what give depth to everything else. In relationships, emptiness means not filling the other person with your projections. Too often, we interact not with who someone is, but with the image we have built of them. This image fills the cup before we even meet them. When you practice emptiness, you let go of assumptions and see them anew each time. This brings freshness into long relationships and openness into new ones. It allows others to grow and change without being trapped by your expectations. Emptiness also transforms creativity. Many fear the blank page or the empty canvas, but that emptiness is the birthplace of creation. Without emptiness, nothing new can be born. The artist who welcomes the empty page steps into possibility. The one who fears it becomes paralyzed. Emptiness is not the absence of art. It is the fertile ground from which art springs. The same applies to all forms of creation, from building a career to shaping a family. You must allow the empty space before you can create something meaningful within it. The metaphor of the empty cup also teaches humility in knowledge. When you believe you already know, you stop listening. But the wise know that knowledge is infinite, and our grasp of it is always partial. Emptiness keeps you receptive. It prevents arrogance. It allows you to meet teachers everywhere, not just in classrooms. The breeze, a child, a stranger's words, even silence itself becomes a teacher when your cup is empty. Another dimension of emptiness is letting go of the constant need to define yourself. People cling to labels: successful, strong, intelligent, victim, survivor, as though identity must always be filled with something solid. But in clinging, the cup overflows with definitions that limit growth. Emptiness of fixed identity allows fluidity. It allows you to change without betrayal, to grow without fear. You can be soft today and strong tomorrow, grieving in one moment and joyful in the next. Emptiness of self creates openness to all possibilities of being. In meditation practice, emptiness arises when you stop chasing thoughts. At first, silence feels uncomfortable. The mind rushes to fill it with noise. But if you persist, you find a vast space beneath the chatter. That space is not empty in a barren sense. It is alive with peace. It is emptiness of distraction, which reveals fullness of awareness. Many meditators describe this as expansive, like a sky without clouds. The emptiness is not frightening but liberating. It is the space where you finally meet yourself beyond the noise. Learning from the empty cup also means releasing attachment to outcomes. So often, We enter actions already filled with expectation. The conversation must go this way. The project must succeed. The day must deliver certain pleasures. This fullness creates disappointment when reality differs. But if you enter with an empty cup, you meet whatever comes openly. Success or failure, joy or difficulty, all can teach. The empty cup receives without demanding, and thus it is never broken by unmet expectations. In daily living, you can practice emptiness in simple ways. When eating, let go of multitasking. Empty the moment of distractions so you taste fully. When walking, empty the mind of urgency so you notice the ground beneath your feet. When listening, empty yourself of rehearsed replies so you truly hear. These acts of emptying reveal richness that constant fullness hides. There is also deep freedom in emptying resentment. Anger and grudges fill the cup with bitterness. They leave no room for peace. By releasing them, you create space for healing. Forgiveness is not excusing harm. It is emptying the heart of poison so compassion can enter. Without emptiness, no fresh love can grow. Culturally, we are told that emptiness is failure. An empty schedule means you are unproductive. An empty wallet means you are unsuccessful. An empty house means you are lonely. Yet these definitions are not truth but conditioning. In emptiness, there can be rest, simplicity, and peace. An empty schedule can mean space to breathe. An empty home can mean clarity and calm. An empty wallet can invite creativity and gratitude for non-material joys. The meaning of emptiness depends on how you meet it. When you begin to embrace emptiness, you also notice its role in cycles of life. A tree drops its leaves, emptying itself for winter. The soil lies fallow before new crops grow. Even your own body rests in sleep, emptying the mind of the day's weight. These empty phases are not wasted. They are necessary for renewal. To resist them is to resist life's rhythm. To welcome them is to flow with nature itself. The wisdom of emptiness also helps in facing mortality. Many fear death as ultimate emptiness, the end of all. But Buddhist teachings view death not as annihilation, but as transformation. Just as emptiness allows a cup to be filled, death allows life to flow in new forms. To see this is to remove fear. Life is not about clinging to a permanent self, but participating in a vast, interconnected process. Death is part of that process, a return to the openness that makes rebirth possible in countless ways. Emptiness invites presence. When your mind is not filled with past regrets or future worries, you become available to the now. This emptiness of distraction reveals fullness of life. The colors appear brighter, the sounds sharper, the sensations more vivid. Emptiness clears the fog, so you see reality directly. In this clarity, joy arises naturally. The practice of emptiness can be challenging in a world that glorifies constant activity and fullness. But each time you resist the urge to fill every gap, you strengthen the habit of openness. Each pause you allow, each silence you honor, each letting go of clutter inside or outside, becomes training. Slowly, emptiness stops feeling threatening and begins to feel like home. Ultimately, learning from the empty cup is about trusting life's flow. You do not need to fill every space. You do not need to carry every answer. You do not need to cling to every possession or identity. By allowing emptiness, you become more alive, more open, more present. Emptiness reveals the freshness hidden beneath the clutter. When your cup is empty, it is ready to be filled with new experience, new wisdom, new joy. And when it fills, it is only so it can be emptied again. This cycle is the dance of life, fullness and emptiness, presence and release. To honor emptiness is to join that dance with grace, to meet each moment not as a repetition, but as something truly new. And so, emptiness, far from being loss, becomes the greatest gift. It is the open space in which life breathes, the clear sky through which light enters, the invitation to always begin again. When you begin to understand the gift of emptiness, life itself starts to feel lighter. A space opens in your heart and mind, and within that space, even the smallest actions take on new meaning. The way you breathe, the way you sit, the way you walk. What was once automatic becomes alive. Walking, the most ordinary of movements, transforms into a gateway to presence and balance. When you learn to walk like a feather, each step becomes a practice of grace and inner freedom. Most people walk without awareness. Their bodies move forward while their minds race elsewhere. The feet hit the ground heavily, pulled by tension, stress, and urgency. Walking becomes only a way to get from one place to another, a background action unnoticed by the mind. But when you bring mindfulness to walking, the act itself changes. The ground beneath you is no longer an obstacle to rush across. It becomes a companion. Each step turns into a reminder that you are alive, that you belong to the earth, that you can move with ease rather than force. Walking like a feather does not mean being fragile. It means being balanced. A feather floats not because it is weak, but because it moves with the currents of air instead of resisting them. In the same way, mindful walking allows you to move with the currents of life. You release the heaviness of worry, the stiffness of ego, and the rush of impatience. What remains is a softness in the body and clarity in the mind. Each step then carries not weight, but freedom. To practice mindful walking, you begin by slowing down. The pace of modern life encourages speed, but speed often carries you away from awareness. Slowing down does not mean being inefficient. It means aligning your body and mind in the same place. When your foot touches the earth, you feel the contact, you sense the pressure shifting, the muscles engaging, the rhythm of breath flowing with movement. You are not ahead of yourself or behind yourself. You are here. This alignment of body and mind is where peace begins. Each step becomes an anchor. When thoughts of the past or worries about the future rise, you return to the sensation of the foot on the ground. The touch of heel, the roll to the toes, the lifting of the other foot. This simple awareness pulls you back into the present. No matter how chaotic the mind feels, the ground beneath you is always steady. By paying attention to walking, you discover a constant refuge in the midst of change. Walking like a feather also cultivates gratitude. Every step you take is supported by countless causes: the strength of your legs, the air that fuels your body, the ground that holds you, the food that gave you energy, the ancestors who passed down life. Awareness of walking reveals how much is present in even the smallest action. Instead of taking steps for granted, you begin to walk with reverence. Gratitude softens each step, making it lighter, because you no longer see it as ordinary but as a gift. This practice can also heal the body. When you walk mindlessly, tension builds unnoticed. Shoulders hunch, jaws clench, steps pound heavily. Over time, this contributes to fatigue and stress. Mindful walking brings attention to posture. You straighten without stiffness, allowing the spine to lengthen. The shoulders drop, the arms swing naturally, the breath deepens. The body begins to move in harmony, conserving energy instead of wasting it. Walking like a feather restores natural balance, which can ease physical strain and bring a sense of vitality. Mindful walking is also medicine for the restless mind. Anxiety often pulls the body into the future, dragging it toward things that have not yet happened. Walking in awareness interrupts this pull. Each step whispers, "This moment is enough. You cannot walk tomorrow's steps today. You cannot change yesterday's steps. You can only place this foot here and then the next. This simple truth calms the racing mind. It reduces overthinking by rooting awareness in the physical rhythm of now. Walking with awareness also teaches compassion. When you move lightly on the earth, you notice your impact. Heavy, unconscious steps crush grass, disturb insects, leave marks. Light, mindful steps respect the ground and everything living upon it. This awareness naturally expands to people. You learn to tread gently in conversations, to move carefully in relationships, to step lightly in the lives of others. The practice of walking mindfully thus becomes a metaphor for living mindfully, moving with care in all directions. There is also deep joy in walking as meditation. You do not need silence or a cushion. The world itself becomes your meditation hall. Each path, each street, each trail transforms into a place of practice. You walk slowly, with awareness, and discover that peace does not depend on external stillness. Even in busy places, your steps can be calm. You carry a quiet space within you, a moving temple built by the rhythm of your own feet. Walking like a feather is not limited to solitude. When practiced with others, it creates connection. Walking together in mindfulness builds a shared rhythm, a harmony without words. Each person adjusts unconsciously to the pace of the group, creating unity in silence. This practice teaches that we do not walk life alone. Our steps affect others, and their steps affect us. Moving together in awareness cultivates community, reminding us of our interconnectedness. The practice also shifts your relationship with destinations. Normally, walking is a means to an end you hurry to arrive. But in mindful walking, the act itself is the destination. Each step is complete. You are not walking to reach peace later. Peace is found in the step itself. This breaks the habit of postponing joy. You stop delaying life until after you arrive somewhere else. Walking teaches you that the journey is already full, already enough. Over time, mindful walking begins to influence how you approach challenges. When difficulties arise, instead of rushing into reaction, you step lightly, carefully, with balance. Just as in walking, one foot steadies before the next moves. In life, you learn to stabilize yourself before acting. This prevents collapse and cultivates resilience. Walking like a feather becomes training for moving through storms without being swept away. The practice can also open you to wonder. When you walk without awareness, the world blurs. Trees, sky, sounds, and scents pass unnoticed. But mindful walking sharpens perception. The color of a leaf, the texture of stone, the chirp of a bird, all become vivid. This is not forced. It is what naturally arises when you slow down and open. The world reveals its beauty to the one who pays attention. Walking like a feather makes even familiar paths feel new. There is a freedom that comes with this way of walking. Heavy steps are tied to heavy hearts, weighed down by thoughts and worries. Light steps express release. When you walk with ease, the body signals to the mind that it can let go. This feedback loop strengthens peace. Your movements become messages to your consciousness. There is no need to carry so much. There is no need to rush. There is no need to fight with life. Each step becomes reassurance. Mindful walking also cultivates patience. In a culture that rewards speed, slowing down feels rebellious. It takes courage to walk calmly while the world rushes. But in doing so, you discover that patience is not weakness, but strength. To walk slowly in a hurried world is to reclaim authority over your own pace. You are no longer controlled by external pressure. You move with your own rhythm, and that rhythm carries serenity. Another layer of practice is linking walking with the breath. Step with the in-breath, step with the out-breath, and suddenly body, breath, and earth move together. This unites inner and outer worlds. Breath anchors you inside, steps anchor you outside. Together, they harmonize awareness. This unity creates stability and joy, a sense that life itself is walking through you as much as you are walking through life. Mindful walking also allows reconciliation with the earth. Modern life often disconnects us from the natural world. Shoes, pavement, and speed dull our awareness of contact. Walking like a feather restores intimacy with the ground. You feel supported, connected, part of the earth's body. This softens the illusion of separation. The ground is not beneath you, it is with you. Each step becomes an act of respect, a silent bow to the earth that sustains you. Even in times of suffering, walking like a feather can soothe. When emotions feel overwhelming, stillness may feel impossible. Walking provides movement for restless energy while keeping awareness alive. Step after step, the storm inside gradually softens. The body grounds the mind, reminding you that pain, too, moves through rhythms. You walk through difficulty without collapsing under it, carried by the steady contact of feet and earth. There is also wisdom in remembering that walking has been a companion to humanity for all of history. Before cars, before machines, walking was how we met life. Our ancestors walked to gather, to connect, to celebrate, to pray. Walking links you to this ancient rhythm, to generations who moved with the same steps. It is a practice rooted not only in mindfulness, but in heritage. Walking lightly honors both the earth and the countless feet that came before yours. As practice deepens, mindful walking no longer feels separate from daily life. You walk to work, to the store, to the bus, and each step can hold presence. The practice becomes continuous, not an isolated exercise. This constancy shapes the mind toward ongoing awareness. Even in busy life, you carry the habit of stepping lightly, and it changes the way you live every moment. Ultimately, walking like a feather teaches you to meet life itself with grace. Each step shows you that you can move without heaviness, without rushing, without force. The ground always meets your foot. The breath always carries you forward. The present moment is always here. You do not need to stomp through life as if fighting against it. You can glide, supported by the same forces that carry a feather in the air. Walking becomes more than movement. It becomes meditation, healing, connection, gratitude, and freedom. It reminds you that peace is not distant, not hidden, but under your feet with every step. When you learn to walk lightly, you are not just moving across the earth, you are learning to live upon it with balance and joy. And so the path continues, from letting go, to softening the voice inside, to resting in enough, to opening as an empty cup. Each lesson prepares you for the next. Walking like a feather gathers all of them together in motion. It is the lived expression of inner lightness made visible in every step. When you learn to walk like a feather, each step carries a gentle reminder that life can be lighter than you once believed. Movement itself becomes meditation, presence becomes a rhythm, and the earth feels like a partner rather than something you trample. From this way of walking naturally arises another doorway to lightness, the smile. Not the smile you wear to impress, not the one forced in polite company, but the small, genuine curve of the lips that arises from within. A smile may seem simple, almost too simple, but Buddhist practice reveals that it can become a powerful object of meditation, a focus that opens both concentration and compassion. The act of smiling carries immense influence over the mind and body. Science now shows what Buddhist teachers understood long ago. When you smile, even slightly, the body responds. Muscles relax, stress hormones drop, and the nervous system shifts toward balance. The brain, receiving signals from the simple gesture of the lips, begins to calm. What feels like a small expression on the outside creates deep changes within. In meditation, the smile becomes not only a symbol of joy, but a tool for cultivating stability and kindness. When you treat the smile as an object of meditation, you turn it into an anchor, much like the breath. Instead of clinging to thoughts, you rest attention gently on the feeling of smiling. You allow the corners of the mouth to lift slightly. You sense the warmth that spreads across the face, and you notice how that warmth radiates inward. It does not need to be exaggerated or forced. A soft, natural smile is enough. The key is awareness. You stay with the sensation of smiling the way you stay with the sensation of breathing, returning to it when the mind wanders. Unlike many objects of meditation, the smile carries an emotional quality. While focusing on a candle flame or a mantra can steady the mind, focusing on the smile brings both steadiness and sweetness. It reminds you that meditation is not meant to be grim labor, but a return to ease. Too many approach practice with furrowed brows and clenched jaws, treating it like another task to achieve. The smile dissolves that heaviness. It lightens the practice, showing that awareness and joy can arise together. In Buddhist tradition, the smile often represents compassion. When the Buddha is depicted with a serene smile, it is not the smile of amusement, but of deep understanding and kindness. Meditating on the smile trains the mind toward that same compassion. As you rest attention on the smile, you allow feelings of goodwill to arise, first toward yourself, and then extending outward. The act of smiling becomes a physical bridge to inner warmth. The practice can begin by sitting quietly and letting a small smile form, directing it toward yourself. Many find this uncomfortable at first, as though kindness must always be given outward. But training compassion inward is essential. By allowing yourself to receive your own smile, you soften self-criticism and invite acceptance. The warmth of the smile fills the body like gentle sunlight, easing tension and reminding you that worthiness is not something to earn, it is already here. Once the smile becomes steady within, you can extend it outward in imagination. You bring to mind someone you love and let the smile rest upon them. You do not force emotions, you simply hold the smile and allow warmth to flow. Over time, you expand this circle to friends, to strangers, to those with whom you struggle, and eventually to all beings. The smile becomes not just an expression, but a practice of boundless compassion, touching everyone without exception. This meditation also transforms daily life. When challenges arise, returning to the smile anchors you in calmness. A difficult conversation softens when approached with even the faintest genuine smile. A stressful task feels less heavy when accompanied by that quiet curve of the lips. The smile does not erase hardship, but it changes your posture toward it. It allows you to meet difficulties without hardening, to face stress without collapsing. The smile as a meditation object also connects deeply with the body. Many carry tension in the face without realizing it. Tight jaws, furrowed brows, lips pressed thin. This creates a feedback loop where physical tension reinforces mental tension. By mindfully smiling, even slightly, you interrupt this loop. The body's relaxation signals to the mind that safety is possible, that calm is available. This shift opens space for concentration to deepen, because the mind no longer feels trapped in struggle. Smiling meditation also trains patience. At first, holding awareness of the smile may feel fleeting. The mind drifts, the expression fades, but returning again and again builds endurance. Just as focusing on the breath strengthens concentration, Focusing on the smile strengthens both attention and emotional resilience. Over time, the smile becomes natural, arising without effort. The mind learns to return to joy as easily as it once returned to worry. There is wisdom, too, in noticing the subtlety of the smile. It does not need to be broad or dramatic. A slight upward turn of the lips, even invisible to others, can be enough to shift your entire state. This teaches that transformation does not always come from grand gestures, but from small, consistent practices. The lightness of a smile, almost weightless, carries the power to reshape the inner landscape. The practice of smiling meditation also addresses loneliness. When you carry a smile within, you feel accompanied. The warmth of the smile creates a sense of connection, even in solitude. It reminds you that you are part of something larger, that kindness flows through you and from you. Loneliness often arises from believing you are cut off, but the smile reconnects you to yourself, to life, to others. Smiling meditation has another layer. It interrupts cycles of anger and resentment. It is difficult to hold on to anger while maintaining a genuine smile. The body cannot sustain both at once. By returning to the smile, you gently dissolve the intensity of negative emotions. This does not mean denying pain or forcing false cheerfulness. It means introducing a counterbalance, a reminder that even in difficulty, gentleness is possible. When practiced consistently, the smile becomes more than an exercise. It becomes a habit of being. The face softens naturally, the mind inclines toward kindness, the heart feels lighter. People around you sense this, often without words. A genuine smile disarms defensiveness, invites trust, and spreads ease. In this way, smiling meditation becomes both personal practice and social gift. This practice also reveals something profound about impermanence. Each smile arises and fades, just like each breath. You cannot hold on to a smile forever, but you can return to it endlessly. This rhythm teaches that joy does not need to be permanent to be meaningful. It can come and go, and each time it returns, it refreshes the spirit. Smiling as meditation also expands awareness beyond the self. When you smile inwardly, you connect with countless beings who also smile. Across cultures and histories, the smile is universal. It transcends language, age, and circumstance. By resting on the smile, you tap into a shared humanity, a recognition that others too seek peace and joy. This universal connection deepens compassion and reduces the illusion of separation. In moments of despair, the smile can feel impossible, yet Buddhist teachers encourage beginning even with the smallest effort. A gentle lifting of the lips, even if the heart feels heavy, can spark a shift. This is not about pretending or hiding pain. It is about creating a doorway, however small, through which light can enter. The smile becomes a seed of hope planted in the soil of suffering. The concentration built through smiling meditation also benefits other practices. When the mind learns to return to the smile, it strengthens its ability to stay with the breath, with compassion, with insight. The smile becomes a training ground for steadiness, making other meditations deeper and more stable. It proves that joy and discipline need not be separate, that discipline itself can carry joy. In essence, turning the smile into a meditation object reminds you that spirituality does not have to be heavy. It shows that liberation is not only found in silence and effort, but also in lightness and warmth. The smile carries the wisdom of simplicity, that sometimes the smallest gesture holds the deepest truth. From walking lightly upon the earth to smiling softly within, the journey continues with each step and each breath. The smile becomes both path and destination, a sign that peace is not distant, but already present, waiting in the curve of your own lips. When the smile becomes a meditation object, you begin to see how even the smallest gestures can transform your inner world. A soft curve of the lips steadies the heart, lightens the body, and spreads warmth outward. Yet there is another practice, just as simple, that carries immense power to reshape life. It is the pause, a breath's length of stillness before you speak, a moment of quiet before you act, a space of awareness before you react. This noble power of pausing has the ability to dissolve anger before it escapes, to soften pride before it hardens, and to free you from the heaviness of impulses that would otherwise control you. So much of daily life is lived in speed. The mind jumps, the tongue rushes, the body reacts before awareness can arrive. This rushing often creates regret, words spoken too sharply, actions taken too quickly, decisions made without wisdom. The pause interrupts this cycle. It is not delay born of weakness, but strength born of restraint. By pausing, you reclaim choice. You give yourself room to respond instead of being ruled by habit. In that small opening, freedom breathes. The pause can be as short as one breath. In an argument, one breath can prevent an explosion. In a moment of temptation, one breath can remind you of your values. In a surge of pride, one breath can bring humility. The pause is so simple it is often overlooked, but within its simplicity lies its depth. That space of awareness is where anger cools, where clarity appears, where compassion finds a foothold. Buddhism teaches that mindfulness is not merely attention, but clear seeing in the present. The pause is the doorway through which this clear seeing enters. Without pausing, the mind is swept along by momentum, dragged by emotion. With pausing, the wave slows, and you can observe. You see the rising of anger, the pull of desire, the sting of fear. You recognize them not as commands, but as conditions. Once seen clearly, they lose power. You no longer identify with them completely. They are weather passing through the sky of awareness, not truths about who you are. Pausing also restores dignity. Pride often drives people to react quickly, to defend their image, to prove themselves right. This urgency creates more conflict than resolution. The pause interrupts pride by giving time to ask, is this response necessary? Is it kind? Is it wise? Often, the answer is no. By choosing silence over immediate defense, you protect not only yourself, but the relationship. Dignity is preserved, not through force, but through composure. The pause is equally powerful with anger. Anger often feels uncontrollable, like fire bursting without warning. But even fire requires fuel and spark. By pausing, you cut the chain of reaction. You notice the first heat rising, the breath shortening, the muscles tightening. Instead of pouring words like gasoline onto the flame, you breathe. The heat still exists, but it does not consume you. Over time, repeated pauses weaken the habit of explosive anger, transforming it into understanding. In practical life, pausing creates better decisions. When you rush to answer an email, you may write words you later regret. When you hurry into a purchase, you may spend more than needed. When you respond instantly to provocation, you may escalate conflict. By pausing, you create space to choose differently. This is not indecision, it is wisdom. You align with your values rather than being pulled by impulse. The pause acts as a filter, catching the unnecessary before it leaves your mouth or hands. The power of pausing extends beyond conflict. It enhances joy. By pausing before moving to the next task, you notice the beauty of what is already here. You taste food more fully, you hear music more deeply, you feel the presence of loved ones more vividly. Without pausing, Joy slips past unnoticed, lost in the rush of doing. With pausing, even ordinary moments shine. Mindful pausing also dissolves the weight of busyness. Many carry heaviness, not from true responsibility, but from constant motion. The pause interrupts the illusion that you must always be moving. In that stillness, you remember that rest is not laziness but nourishment. The pause allows balance to return, body and mind sinking once again. A few breaths of stillness can restore clarity more than hours of frantic effort. The pause is accessible anywhere. On a crowded train, between phone calls, in the middle of disagreement, you always carry the power to stop briefly. No equipment, no special setting is needed. The body itself is the reminder. Inhale, exhale, pause. Each pause is like a drop of cool water on heated skin, refreshing and calming. Over time, these drops form a river of composure that flows through your life. Another gift of pausing is perspective. When you react immediately, you see only from the narrow tunnel of the moment. But pausing opens vision. You step back, you see the bigger picture. Anger feels smaller, pride feels unnecessary, fear feels less urgent. From this wider view, wisdom arises. Problems that seemed overwhelming become manageable. Choices that seemed tangled become clear. The pause acts as a lens, sharpening sight beyond the blur of emotion. The pause is not passive. It is not avoiding action or refusing responsibility. It is the most active form of awareness, because it requires strength to stop momentum. It is easy to lash out, easy to indulge craving, easy to defend pride. It takes strength to pause, to resist the pull of impulse, to hold silence when silence heals. This strength is noble because it preserves peace both within and around you. Even the natural world reflects this rhythm of pausing. The heart pauses between beats. Breath pauses between inhale and exhale. Day pauses in twilight between light and dark. Seasons pause in stillness before changing. These pauses are not interruptions, but essential parts of life's flow. Without them, rhythm collapses. By learning to pause, you align yourself with the natural balance of existence. The pause also cultivates compassion. When you stop before reacting, you have time to consider the other person's suffering. You see their words not only as attack, but as expression of pain. You ask what lies beneath their anger, what fear fuels their harshness. This compassion does not arise when you rush. It blooms in the stillness of the pause, where you have space to remember that others, like you, struggle and seek peace. Over time, the habit of pausing becomes second nature. At first, it requires effort. You must remind yourself to stop, to breathe, to wait. But as practice deepens, the pause arises naturally. Anger begins to slow before exploding. Pride softens before hardening. Joy shines before slipping past. Life gains a different texture, less jagged, more smooth. You carry stillness within, not as avoidance, but as clarity. In meditation practice, the pause is fundamental. Between thoughts, there are gaps. Between breaths, there is stillness. These pauses reveal the spaciousness beneath constant activity. When you train to notice them, you discover that the mind is not a constant storm, but a sky with clear openings. This recognition is liberating. It shows that even in chaos, stillness is available. Pausing also changes how you relate to mistakes. When error happens, the critic often attacks immediately, filling the mind with harshness. But by pausing, you give yourself room to respond with gentleness. You reflect instead of condemn, learn instead of collapse. The pause transforms mistakes from evidence of failure into teachers of growth. The noble power of pausing brings balance to every part of life. It is the thread connecting patience, compassion, wisdom, and joy. It slows the rush, softens the heat, and lightens the burdens of constant reaction. With each pause, you dissolve anger, pride, and heaviness. You step into freedom not by running faster, but by stopping long enough to see clearly. To pause is to honor the present. It is to say, "This moment matters. I will not rush past it blindly." It is to claim authority over your responses, to choose peace when conflict tempts, to choose clarity when confusion presses, to choose kindness when cruelty beckons. The pause gives you back to yourself, and in giving yourself back, it restores your ability to smile at life, to live lightly, to walk with ease. This is why the pause is noble. It carries dignity, compassion, and strength. It is available in every breath, in every step, in every moment. The power is always there, waiting for you to use it. And when you do, you find that the pause is not an interruption of life, but the very heart of living wisely. The practice of pausing shows that peace can be found not by adding more, but by creating space between impulses. In those moments of stillness, life becomes less tangled, anger loosens its grip, pride quiets, and clarity returns. Yet even when we master the art of pausing in the present, many of us still carry a weight that is not here at all, the weight of the future. Thoughts race ahead, creating stories of what might happen, what could go wrong, what still must be done. This burden is carried not on the back, but in the mind, and it makes the present feel heavy. To live lightly, we must learn the art of unburdening the future self. The anxiety of the future grows from the mind's habit of projection. It constantly leaps forward, building scenes of possibilities and failures, crafting entire chapters before they arrive. The heart beats faster, not because of what is happening now, but because of what is imagined. You may sit in a calm room, but the mind is already fighting battles that do not yet exist. This tension is real, though the events are not. Buddhist teachings remind us that the future is empty of reality until it becomes the present. To carry it as if it is already here is to live in illusion. The Buddha spoke often of the three times past, present, and future, and pointed again and again to the present as the only true ground of life. The past is memory, the future is imagination. Only the present is alive. Yet most people live as though the present is a waiting room, only valuable because it leads to something else. They spend today rehearsing for tomorrow, burdening themselves with fears of what may come. This creates a life where now is never enough, always sacrificed to later. Unburdening the future self means stepping off this wheel and reclaiming the richness of the current moment. Anxiety about the future often disguises itself as preparation. The mind insists that constant planning and worry will protect you. But in truth, preparation requires clarity, and clarity cannot grow in a soil of panic. The pause you learned earlier becomes vital here. By pausing before following anxious projections, you can separate wise preparation from useless fear. Wise preparation looks at what can be done now and does it. Fear imagines what cannot yet be touched and clings to it. The difference is subtle but profound. One lightens, the other burdens. Another way to release the future's weight is by seeing the impermanence of conditions. You may fear that a difficulty will last forever, but everything shifts. Situations evolve, emotions pass, opportunities arise unexpectedly. The self you are worried about tomorrow may not even exist in the same way when tomorrow comes. To fixate on a rigid future is to forget the truth of change. When you recognize impermanence deeply, you loosen the chains of projection. You understand that no matter what tomorrow brings, it will not stay, and you will not remain unchanged either. Mindfulness teaches us to hold time differently. Instead of dividing life into linear sections of past, present, and future, you begin to see them as movements of mind. The future is not a place you must carry, it is simply a thought arising now. When you notice future thinking as a thought, it loses its solidity. You no longer treat it as reality, but as a mental event that can be released. This awareness is freeing because it shows that the future's weight is not external, it is created within and can be set down within. Practicing unburdening the future self can begin with small moments. You notice yourself worrying about a meeting tomorrow. Instead of rehearsing endlessly, you return to the breath. You bring attention back to what is under your control now. Maybe you prepare notes, maybe you rest, maybe you do nothing. But you stop repeating the imagined scene. The worry fades, not because the future has changed, but because you stopped carrying it prematurely. This small release creates space and builds trust that you do not need to hold the entire world ahead of time. Trust is at the center of this practice. Anxiety about the future grows from lack of trust in your own ability to meet life as it comes. You think, if I do not plan for every possibility, I will collapse. But Buddhist wisdom reminds you that resilience comes not from controlling outcomes, but from being present when they arrive. You do not need to live tomorrow today. You need to strengthen your ability to live today fully, and that strength will carry you into tomorrow when it becomes today. This trust lightens the burden because it teaches you that your future self is not helpless. It will be supported by the practice you cultivate now. The burden of the future also shows itself in the fear of endings. People carry dread about aging, sickness, loss, and death. These events belong to the future, yet they cast a shadow over the present. The Buddha taught that reflecting on impermanence not to create fear, but to free us. By remembering that everything ends, you are reminded to cherish what is here now, instead of poisoning it with dread. Death is certain, but life is now. When you live this way, the future no longer robs you of the present. Unburdening the future self also involves softening the grip on identity. Many anxieties about the future arise from trying to preserve a fixed image of yourself. You worry about whether you will succeed, whether you will still be admired, whether you will maintain control. But if the self is not permanent, then none of these fears hold solid ground. You are not a fixed entity moving into a fixed future. You are a process unfolding in a flow of change. The more you see this, the lighter you become. The practice can be deepened by connecting with the body. Future anxiety lives in the mind, but its weight is felt physically: tight shoulders, restless stomach, shallow breath. By grounding in bodily awareness, you disrupt the cycle. When the mind races ahead, you feel the breath, you notice the ground under your feet, you return to the rhythm of walking or the warmth of the hands. These anchors remind you that life exists only in the body's current experience, not in mental projections. Returning again and again to the body helps dissolve the illusion of a heavy future. Gratitude also plays a role here. Anxiety about the future focuses on what might be missing later. Gratitude focuses on what is here now. By shifting attention to current blessings, you reduce the mind's obsession with what may not arrive. Gratitude creates sufficiency in the present, which naturally lessens fear of insufficiency in the future. You begin to trust that life has already given much and will continue to unfold in ways you cannot fully predict, but can often meet with appreciation. The burden of the future also appears in relationships. People carry expectations of how others should be tomorrow, how love should remain, how bonds should never shift. These expectations create anxiety because no relationship is static. By unburdening the future self, you learn to meet relationships as they are today, appreciating the presence of loved ones without binding them to promises of permanence. This allows love to be freer and more genuine because it is not tied to fear of change. Work and ambition are also fertile ground for future burdens. The mind insists that happiness lies in the next achievement, the next promotion, the next milestone. This creates a life where the future self is constantly weighed down with demands. Buddhist practice teaches you to engage in work with sincerity, but without clinging to results. You do your best now, without loading the future with the responsibility of delivering happiness. This shift lightens both work and life, as you find satisfaction in the process rather than in a distant outcome. Even spiritual practice can become a burden when projected into the future. Many think, one day I will be enlightened, one day I will find peace. They delay joy until a future milestone. But practice is not about achieving a far-off state, it is about cultivating presence now. When you release the idea that salvation lies only in the future, you begin to taste liberation in this very moment. This unburdens the future self by dissolving the illusion that peace is always somewhere else. The practice of unburdening also reshapes your relationship with uncertainty. Much future anxiety arises from trying to eliminate uncertainty, from needing guarantees. But life offers no such guarantees. Buddhist wisdom encourages you to rest in not knowing, to meet uncertainty with curiosity rather than fear. When you accept uncertainty as part of the human experience, the pressure to control everything eases. The future no longer feels like an enemy to conquer, but a mystery to encounter. This perspective also teaches you to respect natural timing. The craving mind wants everything now, fearing delay as failure. But many things ripen only in their own season. Just as fruit cannot be forced to ripen overnight, certain outcomes in life unfold only when conditions are ready. By unburdening the future self, you trust this timing. You do what can be done now and let the rest unfold. Patience becomes lightness. Unburdening the future self is not about abandoning responsibility. It is about refusing to carry unnecessary weight. You still plan, you still prepare, you still care. But you do not fill today with the heaviness of tomorrow's unknowns. You live with enough spaciousness to let life surprise you. You allow the future to arrive as future, not as a burden already carried in the present. This practice changes how you wake each morning. Instead of rising with the pressure of an entire imagined future, you rise with one step, one breath, one task. You meet the day as it is, not as a stage for endless predictions. This creates energy, clarity, and peace. Over time, the mind stops racing so far ahead. The future becomes lighter, not because it disappears, but because you no longer try to drag it into today. When you unburden the future self, you discover a profound relief. The endless what-ifs lose their power. The constant rehearsal quiets. You realize that life is always lived here, never there. The anxiety that once filled your days begins to fade, replaced by trust in your ability to meet life moment by moment. The future remains unknown, but it no longer crushes the present. It becomes what it truly is, a possibility, not a prison. And so, just as pausing restores presence and smiling opens compassion, unburdening the future self frees you from the chains of time's illusions. This freedom does not erase uncertainty, but teaches you to walk lightly with it. The next chapter will come, but until it does, you are alive in this one. That is enough. When you begin to release the burden of the future, something surprising happens. The constant weight of what might be no longer blinds you to what already is. The mind that once raced ahead slows down, and in that slowing, small details become visible. A sip of water, the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of breath, the grain of rice resting on your plate. What was overlooked becomes precious. The treasure is not in what is coming, but in what is here, hidden in plain sight. The joy that people chase in distant goals is quietly present in the simplest things, waiting to be noticed. This is the art of discovering joy in the smallest grain of rice. The human tendency is to search for happiness in grand moments, celebrations, achievements, life-changing events. But these are rare, brief, and unpredictable. If joy depends only on them, life becomes a waiting game. Most days will feel ordinary, and ordinary will seem unworthy of attention. Buddhism teaches the opposite. The ordinary is the doorway to peace. A single grain of rice contains the miracle of earth, water, sun, and countless hands that brought it to your bowl. To see this clearly is to understand interdependence, and to feel gratitude so deep that contentment arises naturally. The grain of rice is not only food but a teacher. It reveals how much is hidden in the small. One grain appears insignificant, but without grains there is no meal. Without meals, no energy. Without energy, no life. The grain is a link in a vast chain, a reminder that small things sustain the whole. Joy in the smallest grain of rice is not sentimental exaggeration, it is truth. The ordinary sustains us. To overlook it is to overlook the ground of life itself. Mindfulness practice sharpens this vision. When you eat rice in a hurry, it is tasteless. When you chew with awareness, you sense texture, warmth, nourishment. You notice how hunger is eased, how the body receives strength. This simple attention transforms eating into gratitude. The joy does not come from exotic flavors or luxury dishes, but from presence. To be present with a grain of rice is to step out of the cycle of dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction thrives on chasing more. Presence thrives on appreciating enough. Joy in small things also interrupts the cycle of boredom. Many complain that daily routines are dull, but boredom arises not from life being empty, but from the mind being distracted. When attention rests fully, even washing dishes or folding clothes becomes alive. The grain of rice teaches that detail holds depth. Each grain unique, each grain shaped by conditions, each grain a miniature universe. Seeing this, boredom dissolves, curiosity awakens, and curiosity naturally brings joy. This practice extends beyond food. A drop of water glistening on a leaf, the pattern of shadows across a wall, the breath moving in and out without pause, each carries beauty when you are present. The joy is not in the object itself, but in the attention you bring. Attention is like light. Wherever it shines, details reveal themselves. Without light, the treasure remains hidden. With light, the treasure is everywhere. Joy, in the smallest grain of rice, also challenges the craving mind. Craving insists that joy must come from more wealth, more recognition, more stimulation. But when you learn to rest in the ordinary, craving loses its grip. You realize you can feel peace without adding anything extra. A meal of plain rice can bring contentment equal to a feast if received with awareness. This truth loosens the cycle of wanting and creates stability. The practice also heals the constant feeling of lack. Many live with the belief that something is always missing, that life will only be whole once a gap is filled. But the grain of rice shows wholeness in smallness. When you attend fully to one detail, it contains the whole universe. Interbeing, as Thich Nhat Hanh described, shows that in a grain of rice you can see clouds, rain, soil, sun, farmers, and the eater. Nothing is missing. The sense of lack dissolves when you see the fullness of each small thing. This approach also nurtures resilience. When you can find joy in the smallest details, you are less dependent on circumstances. Even in hard times, there is always something small to notice: a breath, a sound, a taste. These small joys act as anchors. They remind you that life continues to offer gifts even when larger situations feel overwhelming. This does not erase suffering, but it prevents despair from becoming total. Practicing joy in small things also changes relationships. Instead of waiting for grand gestures, you begin to appreciate tiny acts of care: a smile, a word, a hand offered. These details build connection more strongly than occasional dramatic displays. When gratitude arises for the small, relationships feel lighter, less demanding, more alive with kindness. You no longer overlook what is already being given. The practice can be cultivated deliberately. During meals, take a few breaths before eating. Notice the food, not as an object, but as a miracle of conditions. Taste slowly, without rushing to the next bite. Each mouthful is enough. Outside meals, pause during the day to notice one overlooked detail: a sound, a color, a texture. Train the mind to stop skipping past. Over time, the habit of noticing becomes natural, and joy arises without effort. This way of living also teaches humility. The grain of rice is small, yet it sustains life. We often overlook the small because we value the grand. But when you honor the small, you see that greatness depends on it. A mountain is built of tiny stones, an ocean of drops, a meal of grains. Recognizing this dissolves arrogance and creates respect for all that seems minor. Joy is born from reverence for the ordinary. The smallest grain also reveals the illusion of separation. You may think of rice as separate from yourself, but once eaten, it becomes your body. The line between self and other dissolves. This insight extends to all life. What sustains you becomes you. Recognizing this deepens gratitude and softens selfishness. Joy arises not only from receiving but from understanding connection. Modern life often pulls attention away from small things. Screens, noise, speed, all encourage you to overlook the details. But this only deepens dissatisfaction because the mind keeps skipping over the present. Practicing joy in the smallest grain of rice reclaims the present from distraction. It teaches that peace is not hidden in distant goals, but here, in this overlooked moment. This practice also aligns with simplicity. When you can find joy in a grain of rice, you no longer need extravagance to feel satisfied. Simplicity becomes enough. This does not mean rejecting pleasure, but recognizing that joy is not dependent on excess. A simple life becomes rich because attention fills it with meaning. Extravagance without awareness is empty. Simplicity with awareness is full. The grain of rice also symbolizes patience. A harvest comes only after countless small steps: sowing, watering, tending, waiting. Each step matters. Each grain is born of long effort. Seeing this teaches patience in your own life. Growth is not instant. It comes from many small actions. Joy arises not only at the harvest, but in respecting the process. Joy in the smallest grain of rice also connects you to gratitude for others. Behind every meal is labor. You may never see farmers, transporters, cooks. Each grain carries human effort, often unseen and unacknowledged. By noticing, you awaken gratitude for those who sustain you. This softens self-centeredness and nurtures compassion. Joy deepens when shared with awareness of interconnection. The practice also eases restlessness. Many seek excitement because ordinary moments feel insufficient. But restlessness is a symptom of disconnection. When you reconnect with the ordinary, the urge for constant stimulation fades. Stillness becomes nourishing, not empty. The grain of rice shows that contentment is not boring. It is the deepest relief from the exhausting chase. Even in spiritual practice, this teaching holds power. Many seek enlightenment as a distant, dramatic event, but Buddhism reminds us that awakening is found in the ordinary: washing a bowl, sweeping a floor, eating rice. These are not distractions from practice, they are practice itself. Joy in the smallest details reveals that the sacred is not separate from daily life. Over time, this practice reshapes your entire relationship with living. You stop postponing joy, stop overlooking what sustains you, stop demanding extraordinary circumstances. Each day becomes rich, not because of what happens, but because of how you attend. The smallest grain becomes a symbol of abundance. Contentment grows naturally, and the endless hunger for more softens. To discover joy in the smallest grain of rice is to discover freedom. You no longer chase endlessly, no longer overlook the present, no longer wait for life to begin. Life is here, and it is already enough. The grain teaches that ordinary is extraordinary when seen with open eyes. To live this way is to smile at life daily, not because it has given you everything you once demanded, but because you have learned to see what was always given. In this, joy becomes steady. It no longer rises and falls only with big events. It flows continuously, sustained by details that never stop appearing. Each grain, each moment, each breath offers an invitation. All that is needed is awareness. And when awareness is present, even the smallest grain of rice becomes a universe of joy. Finding joy in the smallest grain of rice teaches us that contentment does not wait in some distant dream. It lives in the overlooked details of now. When you see how much life is already contained in the ordinary, you begin to notice another truth rising quietly beneath the surface. The self that claims ownership of these joys, fears, and struggles is not as solid as it seems. We spend so much energy defending an identity, holding tightly to who we think we are, protecting images of ourselves that shift like sand. Yet Buddhist wisdom offers a radical and freeing perspective. There is no fixed self. What you call you is a flowing process, ever-changing, never static. To engage with this, not as a burden but with playfulness, is to step into a lighter way of living, where life itself becomes a dance rather than a struggle to preserve something unchanging. The idea of non-self can be unsettling at first. Many feel that if the self is not permanent, then life has no meaning. But in truth, it is the opposite. Meaning arises because of impermanence, because of the possibility of growth, because of transformation. If you were fixed and unchangeable, no healing would be possible, no learning could take place, no freedom could be found. Non-self is not erasure, it is openness. It is the freedom to evolve again and again without being imprisoned by old definitions. Consider the body. Every cell in you is constantly shifting. Skin renews, blood flows, thoughts come and go, moods shift. The person you were 10 years ago is not the person you are today, not in body, not in mind, not in memory. Yet we cling to the illusion of a single, solid me. When you begin to see the self as a process, life feels playful. Just as a river is not the same water from moment to moment yet remains a river, you are not the same from moment to moment yet life continues. This playfulness arises from not needing to hold tightly to any identity. The heaviness of self comes from defending it. Pride insists, I must be seen as competent. Fear whispers, what if I fail and people think less of me? Memory clings, this is who I have always been. Each of these becomes a chain, dragging the present into a fixed shape. But when you treat identity as fluid, these chains dissolve. You can laugh at mistakes because they do not define an eternal you. You can release old stories because they were only chapters, not eternal verdicts. You can step into new roles with freedom because nothing in you is frozen. Playfulness with non-self also transforms relationships. Much conflict arises when two fixed egos collide, each defending its territory. But when you see yourself as fluid, you also see others as fluid. They too are processes, not fixed enemies or rigid roles. This recognition opens compassion. Someone who hurt you is not permanently a hurtful person, but a being who, in one moment, acted from pain or ignorance. This softens judgment and allows space for growth in both yourself and others. Buddhism often uses the metaphor of a chariot. If you take apart its wheels, frame, and axle, where is the chariot? In the same way, when you take apart body, thoughts, emotions, and memories, where is the permanent self? There is only a collection of conditions moving together for a time. To see this is not depressing but liberating. You are not trapped inside an unchanging structure. You are free to flow, to grow, to let go. Playfulness means not approaching non-self with heaviness, but with curiosity. Instead of saying, "I have no self, therefore nothing matters," you explore with wonder, "If I am not fixed, what can I become today?" Life becomes flexible. Each day is an experiment. You can step into kindness when yesterday you were impatient. You can create art even if you once called yourself not creative. You can forgive even if you once thought forgiveness impossible. Non-self means your story is never sealed. This perspective also dissolves much of the pressure of perfection. When you cling to a fixed self, you think every mistake stamps you permanently. If you fail, you are a failure. If you struggle, you are weak. But in non-self, failure is only a moment. Struggle is only a condition. They pass, they teach, they do not define. This releases the crushing weight of needing to prove yourself endlessly. Instead, you meet life as a process, where growth and falling are natural parts of the dance. Playfulness also arises in recognizing the illusion of control. The fixed self believes it must direct everything, hold everything, define everything. But when you see the self as fluid, you realize life is co-created with countless causes and conditions. You are part of a vast dance, not the sole choreographer. This realization brings humility but also relief. You no longer carry the impossible burden of total control. You can join the dance, moving with life rather than against it, laughing at its unpredictability instead of being crushed by it. Non-self also reveals freedom from comparison. Much suffering comes from measuring your fixed identity against others. She is smarter, he is more successful, they are more loved. But if the self is not fixed, comparison loses meaning. You are not a static object to be ranked. You are a process unfolding, and so is everyone else. Each process is unique, conditioned by infinite factors. This awareness replaces envy with curiosity, comparison with compassion. Meditation offers a direct experience of this playfulness. Sit quietly and observe thoughts. They arise and vanish like clouds. Which of them is you? None stays. Emotions rise and fall, joy, sadness, irritation, calm. Which one is you? None is permanent. Awareness itself watches this flow, steady yet not solid. You begin to see that self is not a thing but a stream. When you stop grasping, this realization feels light, even joyful. You no longer have to defend every thought or mood as your identity. You can simply watch them come and go. Even language reveals the fluidity of self. We say, "I am angry," as though anger defines the whole being. But more accurate would be, anger is present. The difference is profound. Anger as a presence is temporary, shifting, not equal to you. To say, "I am anger," is to fuse identity with a passing state. Non-self allows you to step back, to hold these states lightly. This simple shift changes suffering into observation, reaction into response. Playfulness with non-self does not mean denying individuality. You still have a personality, habits, preferences, but you hold them lightly, knowing they are not eternal prisons. You laugh when they shift, you welcome new layers, you let go when old ones fade. This lightness makes life flexible and more forgiving. You are not bound by the need to be consistent at all costs. Growth becomes natural, change becomes a friend. This teaching also deepens compassion for yourself. When you see that the harsh stories you tell about yourself are only conditions, not eternal truths, you soften. "I am broken" becomes "I am experiencing pain." "I am worthless" becomes "I am facing difficulty." This shift dissolves despair and makes space for healing. The self is not fixed in suffering, it is a process that can be transformed. The playfulness of non-self also connects to creativity. When you stop defending a rigid identity, you open to exploration. You can try new paths, adopt new perspectives, create without fear of failing the self. Art, music, writing, or even new ways of living arise more easily when you are not trapped in the cage of who you think you must always be. Non-self is fertile ground for creativity because it removes the heaviness of needing to protect an image. Relationships flourish as well. When you release the fixed self, you release the fixed other. You stop freezing people in past mistakes or labels. You meet them anew each moment, open to their capacity to change. This creates space for forgiveness and deeper connection. Playfulness enters relationships when both sides are free to grow, rather than defend static images of each other. Even suffering feels different through this lens. Pain is real, but it does not define a permanent you. Sadness may visit, but it is not your eternal essence. Fear may arise, but it too passes. When you stop fusing self with states, you suffer less. You begin to play with these states, noticing how quickly they shift, how nothing stays. This does not trivialize suffering but shows its impermanence. Even deep wounds become part of the process of change, not chains that fix you forever. This way of living invites a sense of wonder. If the self is fluid, every moment holds potential for renewal. You wake each day not as the same rigid self, but as a continuation that can move in new directions. The past influences, but does not imprison. This is playful freedom. You live more lightly because you no longer carry the burden of defending who you were yesterday or proving who you will be tomorrow. You are free to dance with what is. Ultimately, the playfulness of non-self is about releasing heaviness. The fixed self is heavy, burdened with pride, fear, comparison, regret. Non-self is light, flexible, curious, compassionate. It does not erase individuality, but frees it from rigidity. It invites you to engage with life not as a stone statue but as flowing water, always moving, always reshaping, always alive. When you embrace this, life becomes a game of discovery rather than a battle of defense. You explore instead of control. You adapt instead of resist. You smile instead of clench. The self no longer feels like a prison, but like a playground. This is the playful truth. You are not fixed, you are free, and in that freedom, joy naturally arises. When you begin to see the self as fluid and playful, much of the heaviness of life begins to lift. You no longer carry the rigid need to protect an identity or prove a permanent story about who you are. This lightness allows you to move with more freedom, to meet each moment as new. Yet even with this freedom, one truth remains unshakable. Suffering will still visit. Pain, loss, disappointment, illness, and death will still arrive at your door. The question is not whether you will suffer, but how you will meet suffering when it comes. This is where the practice deepens. To live lightly does not mean avoiding pain. It means learning to smile at suffering, softening toward it, instead of collapsing beneath it. The first step in smiling at suffering is acknowledging it honestly. Many people try to deny pain, to bury it beneath distraction, or to cover it with false positivity. But denial does not dissolve suffering, it hides it where it festers. Buddhism teaches that suffering is one of the noble truths of life. To pretend otherwise is to fight reality. The courage to look directly at suffering is the beginning of wisdom. When you meet it face to face, you see that it is not an endless wall but a passing storm. Smiling at suffering does not mean pretending to be happy about it. It means meeting it with compassion instead of hostility. Hostility toward pain only multiplies it. When anger adds to grief, when fear adds to loss, when shame adds to struggle, suffering doubles. But when you respond with compassion, the sharp edges soften. You say to yourself, "Yes, this is painful, but may I meet it with gentleness." That simple shift in attitude transforms the entire experience. The pain may still exist, but it no longer destroys you. Compassion begins within. You must learn to hold your own pain the way you would hold a crying child. Instead of scolding yourself for suffering, you place a gentle hand on your heart, breathe, and allow tenderness to arise. Self-compassion interrupts the inner critic that says, "I should be stronger. I should not feel this way." These judgments add weight to pain. By smiling inwardly, you tell yourself, "It is okay to feel. I do not have to be crushed by this." This softness allows healing to begin. The body also plays a role. Suffering often shows itself physically: tight chest, tense shoulders, heavy stomach. When you bring compassion to the body, you ease suffering. A soft smile relaxes facial muscles, which sends signals of calm through the nervous system. This is not trivial. The body influences the mind as much as the mind influences the body. When you breathe slowly and let a gentle smile form, even in pain, you create a physiological environment where suffering becomes easier to bear. Smiling at suffering is also about perspective. Pain feels overwhelming when you believe it is permanent, but everything changes. Grief shifts, anger cools, wounds heal, even if scars remain. By remembering impermanence, you loosen the belief that suffering will last forever. You remind yourself that just as joy passes, so does pain. The smile becomes an anchor in this truth, a reminder that nothing stays. Another element is compassion for others. When you suffer, it is easy to believe you are alone, but every human being suffers. The details differ, but the reality is shared. By connecting your suffering to the suffering of others, you feel less isolated. You understand that pain is part of the human condition, not a personal failure. This perspective opens the heart. You can smile, not only for your own healing, but for the healing of all beings who suffer. Your pain becomes a bridge of empathy instead of a prison of isolation. Smiling at suffering also helps transform resentment. When life brings hardship, bitterness easily arises. Why me? Why this? These questions create resistance that intensifies pain. Smiling does not answer the questions but changes the relationship with them. It allows you to accept that suffering is part of life's fabric, not a punishment. This acceptance does not remove the challenge, but makes it less heavy. You begin to carry pain with dignity instead of resentment. There is also wisdom in seeing suffering as a teacher. Many of the deepest lessons in patience, compassion, and humility come from painful experiences. A smile in suffering is not denial, it is acknowledgement of the growth hidden within hardship. You may not see the lesson immediately, but by holding pain gently, you remain open to learning. Over time, you look back and see how suffering deepened your understanding of life. Meditation offers direct practice here. Sit quietly, with discomfort, physical, emotional, or mental. Instead of fleeing, bring awareness to it. Breathe into the tension, allow a slight smile, and watch. You will notice that suffering is not a solid block, but a collection of sensations and thoughts that rise and fall. The more you observe, the less overwhelming it feels. The smile reminds you that you are more than the pain. You are the awareness in which pain appears and dissolves. This practice also applies to daily struggles. Stuck in traffic, faced with rejection, dealing with illness, you can meet each with a small smile. The smile does not erase the inconvenience or the hardship, but it changes your posture toward it. Instead of tightening, you soften. Instead of cursing, you breathe. This small change prevents the situation from controlling you completely. It gives you agency, even in difficulty. Smiling at suffering does not mean passivity. It does not mean accepting injustice or avoiding necessary action. It means approaching action with clarity and compassion instead of anger and despair. A smile steadies you so that when you act, you do so wisely. Without it, reaction often leads to more harm. With it, you respond in ways that heal rather than worsen. This way of meeting suffering also protects relationships. Pain often spills outward, making us sharp with those around us. But when you practice smiling inwardly, you create a buffer. You hold your suffering gently instead of throwing it onto others. This preserves connection and prevents pain from multiplying. The smile becomes an act of compassion, not only for yourself, but for everyone near you. Over time, the practice reshapes your whole relationship with life. You no longer dread suffering with the same intensity because you know you have tools to meet it. You know that pain will come, but it will not destroy you. The smile becomes a friend you carry, always ready to remind you of your strength and softness. This trust lightens existence. Life feels less threatening, more manageable, more open to joy, even amid struggle. In this way, suffering becomes integrated into the flow of life rather than something to constantly resist. You no longer divide existence into good moments and bad moments, chasing one and fleeing the other. Instead, you see both as part of the same river. Joy and pain flow together, and the smile helps you float instead of sink. To smile at suffering is to affirm that even in difficulty, the heart remains free. It is to acknowledge pain without giving it total power. It is to soften into compassion rather than harden into bitterness. This does not trivialize suffering, it dignifies it. It recognizes that pain is real but not ultimate, heavy but not permanent. The smile becomes a declaration: I will not collapse under this. I will meet it with gentleness. And so the journey continues, having learned to walk lightly, to pause, to release the future, to find joy in the smallest things, and to see the self as playful and fluid. You are now ready to meet suffering itself with the same lightness. The smile is your companion, not to erase pain, but to hold it softly until it transforms. This is the strength of compassion, gentle, steady, and unshakably human. When you learn to smile at suffering, you no longer fight against life with the same desperation. You soften, you allow space for pain to exist without letting it define you. This softness naturally opens the heart to another lesson that life constantly whispers, but we often fail to hear: the art of letting go. And among all teachers, nature reveals this truth most clearly. The wind, invisible yet undeniable, moves through the world without clinging. It does not try to hold on to trees, mountains, or oceans. It passes freely, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, always moving, always releasing. To walk lightly in this life, we must learn from the wind. The wind teaches that freedom comes from movement, not from grasping. It bends around obstacles, flows through spaces, carries scents, pollen, seeds, and voices, but never attempts to keep them. It teaches us that beauty is found in circulation, in the willingness to arrive and depart, in the refusal to be trapped. Non-attachment is not rejection, but a way of flowing like the breeze, touching life deeply and then releasing it with ease. Clinging to things, people, or experiences is like trying to trap the wind in a box. The moment you close the lid, the air grows stale. It loses its freshness, its vitality. In the same way, when you try to hold on to joy, relationships, or identity too tightly, they lose their aliveness. Letting go allows them to remain fresh, alive, and meaningful. The wind reminds us that nothing belongs to us permanently, but everything can be touched fully when we release it. The breeze across the skin teaches presence. It cannot be stored or owned. It can only be felt in the moment. If you are distracted, you miss it. If you are present, you experience its coolness, its warmth, its texture. This is how life itself works. Letting go means allowing each moment to be complete without demanding it to stay. When you open your hands, you discover that the moment leaves a memory, but not a chain. The wind also teaches resilience. Trees do not break simply because wind blows. They bend, they sway, they release leaves when necessary. By moving with the wind rather than against it, they survive. In the same way, non-attachment allows us to bend with life's storms. When loss or change comes, resistance causes breakage. Flexibility creates survival. Letting go does not erase the challenge, but it prevents destruction. The practice of letting go also eases the burden of possession. So much energy is spent accumulating, protecting, and worrying over what we own. The wind passes through fields without needing to possess a single blade of grass. It carries fragrance without claiming the flower. This teaches us that appreciation does not require ownership. We can love, admire, and cherish without clinging. This perspective transforms relationships as well. Love becomes freer, less about control, and more about presence. Letting go also means releasing the illusion of control. The wind moves where it will. You cannot order it to arrive or leave. Life unfolds in the same way. Despite our planning, control is limited. The attempt to hold everything tightly only creates suffering. When you learn from the wind, you loosen the grip and discover peace in uncertainty. You realize that not knowing is part of the beauty, that unpredictability keeps life alive. This practice connects deeply with impermanence. The wind is always shifting, strong then still, warm then cold, gentle then fierce. Nothing remains the same. Our lives mirror this constant change. Clinging to permanence is like shouting at the breeze to stop moving. It cannot and will not. By learning to let go, you stop demanding permanence from what is inherently impermanent. This frees you from disappointment and teaches gratitude for what is while it lasts. The wind also teaches humility. No matter how strong we are, we cannot command the air. We walk through it, breathe it, live because of it, yet we do not own it. This humility extends to all of life. We are participants, not masters. Letting go means recognizing our place in a larger rhythm, understanding that control is limited, and choosing to move gracefully within the flow rather than against it. Meditation on the breath is another way the wind teaches. Breath is wind inside the body, moving in and out ceaselessly. You cannot inhale once and keep it forever. You must release each breath to receive the next. Life itself depends on this letting go. To practice awareness of breathing is to embody the wisdom of wind. You live only because you release, again and again. Letting go also brings relief from emotional burdens. Anger, resentment, jealousy, all are like stale air trapped inside. When you cling to them, they poison the body and mind. The wind teaches you to exhale, to release these states so that freshness can return. This does not mean denying emotions, but allowing them to pass without chains. You acknowledge the heat of anger, the sting of jealousy, and then let them move on, like clouds dispersed by the breeze. In relationships, letting go allows true intimacy. When you cling to others out of fear, you suffocate them. When you release, you allow them to breathe, to move, to grow. Love becomes like wind passing through open windows, refreshing, enlivening, not trapped. Non-attachment does not mean coldness. It means creating space where both yourself and others can be free. This space makes love stronger, because it is not burdened by fear of loss. The wind also reflects generosity. It does not discriminate in where it blows. It cools the weary traveler, scatters seeds across fields, carries fragrance to anyone present. To let go is to practice this same generosity, giving without demand, sharing without expectation. You learn to release acts of kindness into the world without needing control over their results. This lightness keeps your heart free from disappointment or pride. Non-attachment also transforms grief. Loss is inevitable, but suffering deepens when we resist release. When leaves fall in autumn, the wind carries them gently. Nature does not cling to what has ended. It transforms it into nourishment for new growth. In the same way, letting go in grief allows memories to remain without becoming chains. Love continues in a different form, carried like fragrance by the wind, not gone, but changed. Practicing with the wind means cultivating openness. You allow experiences, people, and moments to come and go without shutting down. You live with open windows instead of locked doors. This openness does not make you vulnerable to harm. It makes you resilient. Closed doors break under pressure. Open windows let the air move through. By releasing attachment, you protect your heart from rigidity. This teaching also applies to success and failure. The wind does not cling to high mountains or avoid low valleys. It moves across both. Success comes, failure comes, both pass. When you attach your identity to either, you suffer. Letting go means enjoying success without clinging, learning from failure without despair. Both are breezes moving through life, not permanent states. The wind teaches you to listen. It carries messages, the rustle of leaves, the whistle through branches, the coolness before rain. Listening to the wind cultivates patience and presence. You cannot demand it to speak, but if you are quiet, you hear its lessons. In the same way, letting go requires listening to life instead of forcing it. You pause, you notice, you respond gently rather than grasping. Daily practice of letting go can be simple. When you notice yourself grasping at a thought, release it with an exhale. When you feel anger rising, pause and breathe out, as though giving it to the wind. When you feel joy, appreciate it fully, then let it pass without clinging. Each release creates space. Over time, this space becomes lightness, and lightness becomes freedom. The wind also teaches that letting go does not mean emptiness. It means renewal. Each gust clears the air, disperses heat, carries seeds. Letting go makes room for new experiences, new growth, new life. Clinging blocks this renewal, keeping you stuck in old air. Release invites freshness. This is the generosity of impermanence. By letting go, life gives again. Ultimately, the wind teaches that non-attachment is not a philosophy, but a way of moving through the world. To live like the wind is to be free, to touch deeply but not cling, to arrive and depart with ease, to give without demand, to transform rather than control. The breeze across your skin is not just air, it is a reminder that freedom lies in release. And so, having learned to smile at suffering, the next step is to let the wind show you how to live lightly. Each gust whispers, nothing needs to be held forever. Everything can be released. And in letting go, you discover not loss, but liberation. When the wind teaches letting go, you begin to understand that freedom is not in gripping tightly, but in releasing gracefully. The breeze shows that what passes does not need to be chained, and what comes does not need to be forced. From this lesson naturally arises another. The way you act in the world carries its own weight or its own lightness. Every word, every gesture, every choice leaves a trace. Some traces cling like mud to the shoes of the spirit, while others dissolve like dew under the morning sun. The art is not only to act well, but to act without sticky residue, to move through life with karmic lightness. Karma is often misunderstood as punishment or reward. In Buddhist teaching, karma simply means action and its result. Every act, whether physical, verbal, or mental, plants seeds that bear fruit. When you act with greed, hatred, or delusion, the seeds grow into suffering. When you act with compassion, wisdom, and generosity, the seeds grow into peace. But even wholesome actions can become heavy when entangled with pride, expectation, or attachment. To act with karmic lightness is to give freely, without clinging to outcomes or inflating the ego. One way residue forms is through expectation. You help another person, but silently you expect gratitude. You work hard, but you expect recognition. When the response does not match your hope, resentment grows. The good act becomes sour because it was bound to an outcome. To act lightly is to release the outcome before it arrives. You give because giving itself is joyful. You serve because serving itself is meaningful. The act completes itself in the moment, without demanding repayment. Residue also forms through pride. You may offer kindness, but secretly build an image of yourself as virtuous. The ego whispers, "Look how generous I am, how wise I am." This creates attachment to identity, which becomes another chain. The action is good, but the pride makes it heavy. To act without sticky pride is to remember that generosity flows through you, not from you. Countless conditions made the act possible: your body, your teachers, the resources provided by others. To see this truth is to dissolve pride and replace it with humility. Acting with karmic lightness requires mindfulness of intention. The Buddha taught that intention is the seed of karma. If the intention is pure, free of greed, hatred, or delusion, the action leaves little residue. This means pausing to check your heart before acting. Are you giving to manipulate? Are you speaking to impress? Are you helping only to be seen? These subtle motives create heaviness. When the motive is simply to benefit others, to reduce suffering, to express compassion, the action becomes light, like a feather carried by the wind. Another aspect of karmic lightness is letting go of results. Even good actions do not always bear visible fruit. You may plant seeds of kindness in someone who responds with anger. You may work toward justice and still face resistance. If you cling to immediate results, you will feel defeated. But karma unfolds across time, often unseen. To act lightly is to trust the process. You release the need to control how seeds sprout, knowing that good actions always matter, whether or not you see their outcome. Lightness also arises when you act without clinging to permanence. A heavy residue forms when you try to immortalize your deeds. You want to be remembered, honored, praised, but everything fades. Statues crumble, names are forgotten, records vanish. If your joy depends on eternal recognition, your actions will feel burdened. But if your joy comes from the act itself, no fading can harm it. A kind word, even if forgotten, has already shaped the world. The karmic imprint exists without needing applause. This practice also transforms daily interactions. A smile offered to a stranger, help given quietly, patience extended in difficulty, all become powerful when done without attachment. They require no announcement, no validation. Their lightness makes them more enduring. In fact, the most profound karmic seeds are often those planted without anyone noticing, including yourself. Karmic lightness also relates to speech. Words can bind or free. When you speak to prove yourself, to win arguments, to show superiority, the residue lingers. Conversations replay in your mind, leaving restlessness. But when you speak to uplift, to clarify, to comfort, and then release the need to be right, the words dissolve without weight. Silence, too, can be karmically light when chosen with wisdom. This teaching does not mean passivity. Acting without sticky residue is not the same as refusing responsibility. It means engaging fully but without clinging. Like the wind, you pass through life touching deeply, but not imprisoning yourself in outcomes. This frees immense energy. So much suffering comes not from the act itself, but from the attachment woven around it. Fear of failure, pride in success, demand for recognition. When these attachments fall away, action becomes joyous. Even in spiritual practice, karmic heaviness can creep in. You meditate and hope others will admire your discipline. You practice kindness but secretly compare yourself with others. These hidden attachments make practice another form of ego building. To release them, you return to intention. You remember that the path is not performance, it is liberation. Acting without sticky residue means you practice for freedom, not for praise. Karmic lightness also brings clarity about forgiveness. When someone wrongs you, clinging to anger adds residue to your heart. You carry the injury like a stone, heavy and consuming. Letting go does not excuse harm, but frees you from endless replay. By forgiving, you dissolve the karmic bond. You stop feeding the cycle. This is not about denying justice, but about refusing to let resentment control your future. The wind does not hold grudges, it moves on. The practice of acting lightly reshapes ambition. Many pursue goals with fierce attachment, believing success defines worth. But ambition tied to ego becomes heavy. If you fail, despair follows. If you succeed, pride inflates. Both leave residue. To act lightly is to pursue goals with sincerity, but without self-entanglement. You give your effort fully, but your peace does not depend on outcome. This balance makes work meaningful, yet freeing. In relationships, karmic lightness means loving without clinging, helping without calculation, caring without chains. You do not keep a ledger of favors, nor do you measure love in returns. You act from generosity and release expectations. This does not make you passive, it makes you more authentic. Love that demands nothing shines brighter and lasts longer. Even when facing hardship, Karmic lightness provides strength. When suffering comes, you may ask, "Why me?" This creates heaviness. But when you see suffering as the natural fruit of past causes, you stop blaming. You act wisely to plant better seeds without resentment. This does not erase difficulty, but it prevents despair. By acting skillfully now, you shape a lighter future without carrying bitterness. The path of karmic lightness also brings joy in anonymity. To act without needing to be seen is liberation. The world often glorifies recognition, but lightness grows in acts that leave no trace of self. Helping quietly, giving without name, serving without credit, these dissolve ego while still benefiting the world. Such actions carry no sticky residue, only peace. This practice can be trained daily. Before acting, ask, is this motivated by pride, fear, or craving? If so, pause. Redirect to compassion and wisdom. After acting, release outcome. Do not replay for praise or punishment. Let the act complete itself and vanish, like wind passing over water. Over time, this becomes natural. Life feels lighter, relationships smoother, mind clearer. Ultimately, karmic lightness is about freedom. When you act without clinging to self, results, or recognition, you become untangled. Your actions ripple out, benefiting others, but you remain at ease. No residue weighs you down. You live like the wind, moving, touching, nourishing, but never bound. And so, from the breeze that teaches release, the next lesson reveals itself. To live lightly is not only to let go of what comes to you, but also to let go of what leaves you through your own hands. Each act can either bind or free. When you learn to act without sticky residue, your life becomes a path of effortless generosity and unshakable lightness. When actions are carried out without sticky residue, life feels light, unburdened, and free. The heart no longer clings to recognition or results, and in that release, an unexpected gift arises: space. Within this space, you begin to notice something many people spend their lives avoiding: silence. Not the silence of emptiness or loneliness, but a silence alive with presence. In a world saturated with noise, chatter, and endless distraction, silence becomes liberation. It is not an absence, but a return, a grounding, an anchor that allows you to smile even as life grows loud around you. Noise has become the modern condition. Everywhere there is sound machines, voices, devices, endless streams of music and messages. Even when external noise quiets, the internal noise continues. Thoughts race, worries repeat, judgments echo. Silence feels uncomfortable because it exposes what we keep trying to outrun. Yet Buddhist practice invites us to turn towards silence, not as a void to fear, but as a doorway to freedom. It is within silence that clarity sharpens, compassion deepens, and peace becomes steady. Silence is powerful because it reveals what noise hides. When the world is full of sound, subtle truths go unnoticed. The rhythm of the breath, the steady beat of the heart, the soft hum of life itself are drowned out. But in silence, you return to the ground of being. You rediscover that peace is not dependent on constant stimulation. Peace is already here, beneath the layers of sound and thought. This recognition is liberating because it shows that you do not need to add anything to find stillness. You only need to stop chasing noise. The liberation of silence begins with listening. In true silence, you realize you are not cut off from life, but more deeply connected to it. You hear the rustle of leaves, the chirp of birds, the faint shifting of the air. You notice how your mind slowly settles when it no longer has to react to constant input. Silence is not the absence of experience, but the amplification of presence. The more you listen, the more alive silence becomes. Silence also nurtures concentration. Just as still water reflects clearly, a silent mind reveals reality without distortion. Thoughts lose their urgency, emotions soften, clarity arises. This does not mean the mind is empty of activity, but the silence holds it gently. When you practice sitting in silence, you strengthen the ability to return to calm in daily life. This concentration becomes an anchor when the world grows chaotic. No matter how loud the surroundings, the silence within remains. The practice of silence is also deeply compassionate. When you stop filling space with words and noise, you create room for others. Often conversations are filled not with true listening, but with the urge to respond, to prove, to impress. Silence interrupts this pattern. By pausing, you allow the other person's words to be fully heard. Your stillness becomes a form of care, showing respect without interruption. Silence heals because it gives both you and others space to breathe. There is also profound humility in silence. Pride often seeks to dominate through words, to prove knowledge, to display strength. Silence dissolves this need. It teaches that you do not need to announce yourself constantly to exist. You do not need to win every argument or fill every pause. In silence, dignity shines quietly. You carry presence without noise. This humility strengthens relationships and creates trust, because others feel less pressured and more accepted. Silence also reveals the nature of impermanence. Sit quietly, and you notice how even silence is never completely still. There are subtle sounds, the creak of a chair, the whisper of breath, the faint shift of the environment. This teaches that silence is not static. It too is alive with change. By recognizing this, you deepen acceptance of impermanence itself. Life is never frozen. Everything moves, even in stillness. The liberation of silence also reaches into the heart of suffering. Many pains are worsened by the noise we add to them, endless retelling, judgment, inner criticism. Silence interrupts this cycle. When you sit quietly with suffering, without commentary, the raw sensation is less overwhelming. Pain exists, but it does not expand into endless stories. Silence contains it, softens it, allows it to pass. This does not deny suffering, but makes it bearable. In daily life, silence can be practiced in small ways, choosing not to fill every moment with sound, eating a meal without television or conversation, simply tasting, walking without headphones, listening to natural rhythms, pausing in conversation before responding, turning off devices for moments of stillness. These small practices reveal silence as accessible, not distant. Each moment of quiet builds familiarity until silence becomes a natural refuge. Silence also deepens awareness of interconnection. When you quiet external and internal noise, you begin to feel the subtle bonds that link you to all life. You notice how the breath you take is connected to trees, how your stillness resonates with the environment, how peace in you creates peace in others. This awareness is not abstract, it is felt directly in silence. Non-separation becomes obvious when noise no longer distracts. The practice of silence also strengthens resilience. Noise often acts as a shield against discomfort. People surround themselves with sound so they do not have to face loneliness, fear, or uncertainty. But in silence, you confront these directly. At first it may feel sharp, but over time you discover they are survivable. Loneliness softens into solitude, fear becomes less frightening, uncertainty less threatening. This resilience is liberation because it shows you no longer need constant distraction to survive. There is also joy in silence. At first it may feel empty, but with practice it becomes full of subtle delight. The breath feels rich, the body feels alive, the heart feels open. The absence of noise is not deprivation but abundance. Joy in silence is simple, steady, unshaken by external conditions. It arises not from what you add, but from what you allow. Silence also cultivates wisdom in action. When you act from noise, you act from impulse. When you act from silence, you act from clarity. The pause of silence before speaking or acting allows reflection. Is this necessary? Is it kind? Is it wise? This small space prevents regret and creates alignment between intention and action. The noble power of pausing is rooted in the soil of silence. Communities, too, benefit from silence. Group silence in meditation or prayer builds a shared field of presence. Words often divide, but silence unites. It dissolves boundaries of opinion and status, creating equality in stillness. This collective silence strengthens connection and creates peace that is felt without explanation. The liberation of silence is not about retreating forever from sound. It is about carrying silence within, even in the midst of noise. You learn to listen without being overwhelmed, to act without losing center, to remain calm amid chaos. Silence becomes a steady companion, always available, always grounding. Ultimately, silence is liberation because it reveals your true nature. Beneath noise, beneath thought, beneath words, there is awareness itself, spacious, open, free. Silence is the doorway to this awareness. When you rest in it, you discover that you are not the noise of mind or world, but the vast presence in which all arises. This realization is the deepest freedom, and so, from learning to act without residue, you arrive here, the quiet strength of silence, not empty, not void, but alive and full. An anchor in the storm, a friend in solitude, a teacher in stillness. Silence frees you from noise, from compulsion, from confusion. It teaches that peace is not found in more, but in less, not in sound, but in space. To rest in silence is to rest in freedom itself. Silence teaches you that peace does not come from adding more, but from discovering the fullness that already exists when noise fades away. In that stillness, the body naturally seeks its oldest rhythm, the gentle flow of breath. This is the bridge between silence and life, the constant movement that never abandons you. And within this flow lies another teaching. The breath is not only survival, it is transformation. When met with awareness, each inhale can lift the weight of heaviness, and each exhale can release what no longer serves. To breathe like a lotus is to let every breath be a blossoming, a renewal that opens you gently toward lightness and joy. The lotus is a flower that rises from muddy water into pristine bloom. Its beauty does not deny the mud, but grows out of it. In the same way, mindful breathing does not deny difficulty, but transforms it. Breathing with awareness is not escape, but engagement. You meet heaviness directly, but instead of collapsing beneath it, you allow the breath to carry it upward, to release it, to open you again. This is why the Buddha often called the breath a foundation for practice, because it is always here, simple, accessible, and powerful. Mindful breathing begins with recognition. You notice, this is an in-breath, this is an out-breath. Such simplicity holds great depth. By recognizing the breath, you step out of distraction and return to the present. Each recognition is a seed of presence. Instead of being lost in the past or future, you are anchored in now. This anchoring is not heavy but spacious, because the breath does not chain you, it flows. The breath reflects the state of the mind. When anxious, it becomes shallow and fast. When calm, it slows and deepens. By bringing awareness to breathing, you do not only observe the mind, but influence it. Deliberately softening the breath softens the mind. A slow, steady inhale teaches patience. A long, gentle exhale teaches release. Breathing like a lotus means allowing this natural intelligence of the body to guide you toward balance. The practice of mindful breathing transforms heaviness by dissolving reactivity. Strong emotions such as anger, grief, or fear feel overwhelming because they consume attention. But when you return to the breath, even in the midst of storm, you create a gap. You remember, this anger is not me, it is a passing energy. This grief is not eternal, it is a wave. The breath gives you stability. It is like holding a thread that keeps you connected while emotions swirl. This does not remove pain but prevents you from drowning in it. Breathing also unites body and mind. Often the two are disconnected. The body is here, but the mind is elsewhere. The breath brings them together. When you inhale with awareness, you feel the chest expand, the abdomen rise, the air entering. The mind is no longer wandering, it is resting in the body. This union creates harmony, a sense of being whole. When body and mind are together, life feels lighter because fragmentation dissolves. The lotus breath is also a practice of renewal. Every inhalation is new air, new life. Every exhalation is release, letting go of what is used. To live without awareness of this rhythm is to miss countless opportunities for renewal each day. But when you breathe like a lotus, each cycle becomes a reminder that renewal is continuous. Heaviness becomes temporary because each breath carries the chance to start again. In times of fatigue, mindful breathing restores energy. You breathe deeply, drawing oxygen into the body, and with awareness, this process feels vivid. It is not mechanical but nourishing. The body responds, the mind clears. In times of restlessness, mindful breathing steadies you. By focusing on the gentle rhythm, you calm the racing mind. Breathing like a lotus means adapting, sometimes energizing, sometimes calming, always harmonizing. This practice also nurtures compassion. When you breathe with awareness, you feel your own fragility. You realize that life continues breath by breath, each one precious. This recognition softens arrogance and strengthens empathy. You know that just as you rely on breath, so does every being. Each inhale connects you with trees that give oxygen. Each exhale returns it to the world. Breathing like a lotus reveals interconnection. Mindful breathing also transforms relationships. In conflict, a pause to breathe can change the entire direction. Instead of reacting sharply, you inhale awareness and exhale patience. Instead of clinging to pride, you inhale humility and exhale gentleness. The breath creates space between impulse and action. Within this space, kindness has room to grow. The lotus metaphor also reminds us that beauty arises from struggle. Mud is not rejected, it is transformed. Breathing like a lotus means not rejecting difficulty, but breathing with it until it becomes strength. For example, in grief, each breath becomes a way to honor love that continues. In stress, each breath becomes a way to remind yourself of inner steadiness. In fear, each breath becomes an anchor, reminding you that you are still alive, still here, still capable of meeting the moment. The practice of lotus breathing can be done anywhere. While standing in line, walking, or lying down, you can notice the breath and let it blossom. It does not require ritual. It requires attention. Each breath is a chance to reconnect. Over time, this becomes a habit. Instead of turning automatically to worry, you turn to breath. The breath becomes your first refuge. This practice also deepens meditation. Many find it difficult to calm the mind, but by focusing gently on the breath, concentration grows naturally. The rhythm provides a soft focus, not harsh or forced. The breath is forgiving. If you forget, it is always there to return to. Breathing like a lotus means allowing meditation to feel alive, not rigid. The breath becomes a friend rather than a task. Mindful breathing also reveals impermanence in a gentle way. Each breath arises and passes. You cannot hold on to it. You cannot stop the cycle. By resting in this rhythm, you learn to accept change more easily. Life itself is like breathing, arising, passing, renewing. When you breathe with awareness, you align yourself with this truth. The fear of change softens because you experience change intimately every moment. The lotus breath also teaches gratitude. Each inhale is a gift of life, each exhale a gift to the world. Often we forget the miracle of breathing until it is threatened. But awareness restores gratitude. You realize you are supported in every moment by countless conditions that allow you to breathe: air, trees, atmosphere, balance of nature. Gratitude turns each breath into a prayer of thanks. Breathing with awareness also transforms how you carry the past and future. Many breaths are lost in regret or worry, but when you focus fully on this breath, you are freed from both. The past is gone, the future not yet here, but this breath is real. To breathe like a lotus is to reclaim life from time's illusions. You live fully in now, where freedom always exists. Even in moments of despair, mindful breathing offers hope. When all else feels uncertain, the breath remains. You may not solve every problem, but you can breathe. This reminder grounds you. It shows that life continues, that presence is possible even in difficulty. Each breath becomes a small victory, a seed of strength. Over time, lotus breathing shapes character. You become calmer, more resilient, more compassionate. People feel peace around you because your breath anchors you. You carry lightness into daily life. Even under pressure, you return to breath and blossom instead of collapse. This is not abstract. It is lived. Ultimately, breathing like a lotus is liberation because it transforms the most basic act into the most profound. You no longer take the breath for granted. You see it as life itself unfolding gently, inviting you to open again and again. Each inhale is presence. Each exhale is release. The heaviness of living transforms into blossoming, not because suffering vanishes, but because awareness changes the way you hold it. And so, the journey continues. From silence that reveals the ground of being, the breath emerges as your living companion. When you learn to breathe like a lotus, you discover that every moment offers renewal. Life blossoms with each inhale, lightens with each exhale, and you carry within you the simple, profound truth that peace is always as close as your next breath. Breathing like a lotus shows you that renewal is always possible, even in the middle of heaviness. Each inhale carries life forward, each exhale releases what no longer serves, and this rhythm teaches you to soften into change instead of resisting it. But the breath also reveals something deeper. When you slow down and pay attention, you begin to notice the things that usually stay hidden. Beneath the surface calm, there are shadows, fears, wounds, memories, and doubts that you often push away. These shadows are not enemies. They are parts of you waiting to be acknowledged. The next step in living lightly is learning to smile at these shadows, not with denial, but with humor, warmth, and non-judgment. Shadows take many forms. For some, they appear as fear of rejection, failure, or abandonment. For others, they are old wounds from childhood, regrets from past actions, or hidden anger that has never been spoken. These shadows lurk quietly, but they influence how you act, think, and feel. You may chase achievements to silence them, distract yourself with busyness, or cover them with forced positivity. Yet, as long as they remain unacknowledged, they hold power. Smiling at shadows is a practice of taking that power back, not by erasing the shadows, but by meeting them with courage and kindness. The key lies in recognition. You cannot transform what you refuse to see. When a shadow arises, an anxious thought, a memory that stings, an old insecurity, you notice it. Instead of pushing it away, you say inwardly, "Hello, I see you." This simple recognition removes secrecy. Shadows thrive in silence, but when they are seen, they lose some of their force. Awareness shines light, and the light reveals that the shadow is not as monstrous as it once seemed. Smiling at shadows requires non-judgment. Often, people harshly condemn themselves for having fear or wounds. "I should be stronger. I should be over this by now." These judgments deepen suffering. Non-judgment means allowing yourself to be human. Fear is not failure. Pain is not weakness. They are part of the shared human condition. When you stop judging, you begin to soften. The smile embodies this softness. It signals acceptance, not rejection. Humor is another powerful tool. Shadows seem frightening when taken with absolute seriousness. But when you can laugh gently at your own fears, they lose their grip. For example, if your inner critic shouts, "You're worthless," you might respond inwardly with a smile. "Thank you for your opinion, but you sound like an old radio with bad reception." Humor does not dismiss the pain, but reframes it. It places distance between you and the thought, showing that you are not identical to your shadow. Mindful breathing supports this process. When shadows arise, they often trigger the body-tight chest, clenched jaw, racing heart. By returning to breath, you create space between the shadow and reaction. You inhale awareness, exhale tension, and hold the shadow in a container of calm. The breath keeps you steady enough to stay with discomfort without collapsing. Over time, this steadiness builds resilience. You realize you can face your shadows without being consumed. Compassion is essential. Many shadows are unhealed wounds from the past. They may carry the voice of a critical parent, the echo of rejection, the pain of failure. Meeting them with anger only repeats the harm. Compassion means offering to yourself the kindness that was missing when the wound first formed. You speak to the shadow as you would to a child. "I know you are hurt. I am here with you." This reparenting softens the wound. It does not erase history, but it begins to heal the imprint. Smiling at shadows also prevents projection. When unacknowledged, shadows leak into relationships. Fear of rejection may cause you to push people away. Old wounds may make you overreact to small slights. By owning your shadows, you reduce the chance of harming others through projection. You say, "This fear is mine to hold, not yours to carry." This honesty strengthens relationships because it replaces blame with responsibility. The practice also reveals that shadows are not fixed. They shift, shrink, and fade when met with awareness. A fear that once dominated your life becomes less threatening when you learn to smile at it. This reveals the impermanence of suffering. No shadow is eternal. Even the darkest fear eventually dissolves when met with patience and compassion. Knowing this creates courage to face what you once avoided. Another aspect is integrating the lessons shadows carry. Each fear or wound contains information. Fear of failure may reveal a desire for growth. Old pain may show you where compassion is needed. In this way, shadows become teachers rather than enemies. Smiling at them means saying, "You have something to teach me. I will listen without letting you rule me." This openness transforms suffering into wisdom. shadows also connect you to the suffering of others. When you acknowledge your own wounds, you develop empathy for those who carry theirs. You no longer judge people as harshly because you understand that everyone has shadows. This shared recognition deepens compassion. It allows you to connect authentically without pretense. Smiling at shadows becomes a bridge of humanity, reminding you that imperfection is universal. The practice of smiling at shadows can be supported through meditation. Sit quietly, and when discomfort arises, breathe into it. Instead of fleeing, stay. Visualize offering a gentle smile to the part of you that hurts. If laughter naturally arises, allow it. If tears come, allow them too. The smile is not about force. It is about willingness to hold pain lightly. Over time, the shadows become less threatening, less sharp. You discover that you can live alongside them without fear. Daily life offers countless opportunities. When you notice self-doubt at work, instead of spiraling, pause and smile. Ah, here is my old friend doubt. When anxiety whispers before sleep, breathe and smile. You are here tonight, but you will not stay forever. When anger rises, smile gently at the heat. I feel you, but I do not need to act on you. This approach shifts the relationship from battle to companionship. Shadows are acknowledged, but they no longer dominate. The smile at shadows is also a practice of freedom. Many people live as prisoners of their fears, shaped by unhealed wounds. But when you can smile, you reclaim power. The fear may still exist, but it does not chain you. You walk with it lightly, as one walks with a passing shadow on the ground. The shadow is there, but it does not block your movement. This freedom is profound. It turns suffering from a prison into a path. Over time, this practice changes identity itself. You no longer see yourself as broken because of wounds or weak because of fear. You see yourself as whole, even with shadows. Shadows do not diminish the light, they reveal it. Without them, you would not know depth or contrast. Smiling at them affirms that you are more than the sum of your pain. You are the awareness that holds both shadow and light. Ultimately, smiling at shadows means living with authenticity. You stop pretending to be flawless. You stop hiding parts of yourself out of shame. Instead, you live openly, acknowledging both strength and vulnerability. This authenticity invites trust, because others see that they too can be whole without perfection. Smiling at shadows becomes a gift, not only to yourself, but to everyone around you. And so the journey continues. From breathing like a lotus, you now enter the terrain of inner honesty. The shadows are no longer hidden. They are companions you can face with gentleness. To smile at them is to affirm life in its fullness, light and dark, joy and pain, all part of the path toward freedom. Smiling at shadows allows you to see that even the parts of yourself you once feared can be met with warmth and acceptance. When you no longer collapse under fear or shame, you discover that what once seemed frightening can become a teacher. This softening leads naturally into another essential truth. So much of life is uncertain, and that uncertainty need not be an enemy. The next step is to recognize the gift of not knowing, the possibility of meeting the unknown with curiosity instead of fear, and discovering freedom in openness rather than security in false certainty. Not knowing is often treated as a weakness. From an early age, people are rewarded for answers, for conclusions, for confidence in knowledge. Admitting uncertainty is seen as incompetence. Yet, the truth is that life is built on not knowing. No one knows what the next hour will bring, what tomorrow will unfold, or how the smallest decision may ripple into the future. To deny this is to live in illusion. To embrace it is to live in truth, and within this truth lies liberation, because when you no longer demand certainty, you are no longer bound by fear of losing it. The mind often clings to certainty as if it were survival. It creates stories, predictions, plans, and expectations, believing that knowing the future or controlling outcomes will provide safety. But these stories rarely match reality, and when reality differs, disappointment and fear arise. Not knowing interrupts this cycle. By acknowledging uncertainty, you release the demand for control and open to what is. Instead of forcing life into rigid categories, you allow it to surprise you. This openness feels vulnerable at first, but gradually becomes spacious and light. Curiosity is the companion of not knowing. When you approach uncertainty with curiosity, fear transforms into wonder. Instead of asking, "What if everything goes wrong?" you ask, "What might I learn here? What new path could this reveal?" This shift changes daily encounters. An unexpected delay becomes a chance to notice details you would have missed. A conversation with a stranger becomes an opportunity for insight. A challenge becomes an invitation to grow. Curiosity does not erase uncertainty, but makes it fertile. Mindfulness practice trains this perspective. Each moment is uncertain, each breath slightly different, each sensation changing. By resting in awareness, you learn to be comfortable with this flow. You stop demanding permanence. You discover that the present moment, when lived fully, is enough, even though it is uncertain, or rather, because it is uncertain. This recognition allows you to live without carrying the constant tension of needing everything secured in advance. Not knowing also dissolves pride. When you admit uncertainty, you let go of the illusion that you must always be right. This humility creates openness to learning. Teachers appear in unexpected forms: a child's question, a stranger's comment, a mistake that opens new perspective. By embracing not knowing, you transform life into a classroom. Each day offers lessons not because you have answers, but because you allow questions to guide you. Fear of uncertainty often arises in relationships. People want guarantees, promises of permanence, assurances that love will never change. Yet reality shifts. People grow, circumstances evolve, emotions move. To cling to absolute certainty in relationships creates suffering. But when you accept not knowing, love becomes more alive. Each day with someone becomes a fresh discovery. You are curious about who they are becoming, and you allow yourself to be discovered anew. This openness strengthens connection because it is based on presence, not illusion. Work and ambition also reveal the gift of not knowing. Many try to script their future careers, demanding certainty of success. But life rarely follows a straight path. Opportunities arise unexpectedly, failures redirect, passions evolve. When you embrace uncertainty, you become adaptable. You explore possibilities without the burden of rigid expectations. This adaptability is not passivity, it is resilience. It allows you to thrive in a world where change is constant. Even in suffering, not knowing brings relief. When pain arises, the mind often leaps to catastrophic conclusions. This will last forever. I cannot survive this. But if you return to not knowing, you realize you cannot know the full shape of what will come. Pain may soften, healing may appear, new strength may grow. Not knowing opens the door to hope, because it reminds you that the future is not fixed. This practice also nurtures creativity. Creativity flourishes in uncertainty because it requires openness to what has not yet been seen. Artists, writers, and innovators all step into the unknown, guided not by certainty, but by curiosity. When you live with not knowing, you invite creativity into your own life, not only in art, but in problem-solving, in relationships, in the way you approach each day. Certainty closes, not knowing opens. The gift of not knowing is also a form of freedom from anxiety. Anxiety often arises from trying to control what cannot be controlled. By shifting your relationship with uncertainty, anxiety loosens. You begin to trust that even without guarantees, you can meet whatever arises. This trust is built not from illusion, but from experience. Each time you face the unknown and survive, resilience grows. Over time, the unknown becomes less terrifying and more natural. Buddhist teachings often point to beginner's mind, the willingness to meet life as if for the first time. This is another way of honoring not knowing. When you drop assumptions, you see more clearly. You meet people without freezing them into old images. You encounter each moment without demanding it match your expectations. Beginner's mind is fresh, curious, and alive because it does not cling to past knowledge as absolute. Silence also supports this practice. In silence, you realize how much of your inner noise is an attempt to fill the space of not knowing. Endless planning, rehearsing, and worrying are ways the mind tries to avoid uncertainty. But when you rest in silence, you experience directly that not knowing is not dangerous. It is simply space. Space is not emptiness, but potential. This shift dissolves the urge to fill every gap with answers. Living with curiosity instead of fear also transforms your relationship with death. Death is the ultimate uncertainty. Many fear it because they want answers about what lies beyond. But Buddhist practice teaches that by accepting not knowing, you can approach death with openness. Instead of demanding certainty, you hold curiosity. What will this transition reveal? This does not erase grief, but removes terror. It allows death to be seen as part of the natural mystery of life. Practicing not knowing in daily life can be simple. When faced with a difficult decision, instead of rushing to force an answer, pause and admit, "I do not know yet." This pause creates space for clarity to arise naturally. When speaking with someone, instead of assuming you already understand, listen deeply, curious about what you might discover. When plans change, instead of resisting, explore what new opportunity has opened. Each of these is a practice of curiosity over fear. Over time, this way of living brings lightness. The need for constant certainty is heavy. It chains you to control and fear. Not knowing releases that weight. You no longer need every detail secured. You can rest in openness, in trust, in curiosity. Life becomes more like play than battle, more like exploration than survival. This is the gift. Uncertainty, when embraced, becomes not a source of suffering, but a source of freedom. And so, from smiling at your shadows, you now step into the vastness of mystery itself. Instead of shrinking from uncertainty, you learn to welcome it as a companion. The unknown no longer threatens, but invites. To live with curiosity instead of fear is to live with lightness, to walk into each moment as an unfolding gift rather than a danger to be avoided. This is the freedom of not knowing. Life will always offer us challenges, changes, and moments that test our hearts. But within the teachings we have explored, there is a different way to meet it all, a way of living lightly and smiling at life. We've seen that we don't need to grip so tightly because impermanence frees us. We don't need to let the inner critic dominate because gentleness softens us. We don't need endless craving because enough is already here. We can rest in emptiness without fear, walk with light steps, breathe with awareness, meet suffering with compassion, and let the wind teach us to release. We can act without sticky pride, discover strength in silence, blossom with each breath, smile even at our shadows, and embrace not knowing with curiosity. These lessons are not distant philosophy, they are practical invitations to live with more joy, more peace, and more freedom, right now. If one of these lessons touched you deeply, share it below. I'd love to hear which teaching you want to carry into your daily life. Your comment may be the reminder someone else needs today. And if you want to keep walking this path together, don't forget to subscribe and turn on the bell. More wisdom, more lightness, and more ways to smile at life are waiting for you. This journey has only just begun.